Hello everybody. I am currently waiting for other people to show up, but thank you for tuning in. This is the weekly Alaboom, the longest running weekly live stream on YouTube. Like what, 10 years of this stuff now? So thanks for being one of the tens, everybody. Thanks for being one of the tens. Uh, Hello, Kabuki Kid. Good to see you. We wait for other people to show up. This, of course, is the moment where we can, um, if you have anything you want to ask or anything going on in the world you want to discuss, this is those moments where I'll allow it. Not really an ask me anything situation, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Uh, It is going to be extremely cold where I am right now in Moorhead, Minnesota. It's going to be um, around, I think it's like -10 tonight. We're gonna have a cold snap. But then it's supposed to like be a high of mid 20s tomorrow. So it's just one of those weird things where it's just going to be cold for uh, one day. I um, I do have like a book review I did of this book that I've got to, just basically edit and put together. Um, the Beast in Aisle 34, a horror novel about a werewolf. So I'll be look for that tomorrow. I was gonna actually with the video, I was gonna like also talk about, and I actually referenced this in the beginning of the video if I don't cut it out, is that I was going to talk about the use of lycanthropes in D&D and kind of like how I think that they're kind of misused in a lot of ways, and also that they're just kind of the like forgotten antagonist. People will just throw a werewolf in there and it's kind of scary or whatever because you can't affect it unless you have silver weapons or things like that. I mean, I remember in old D&D, and I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here because this is kind of be part of what I talk about as far as um, lycanthropes. But I remember like if you didn't have a silver weapon, it's like whether it was silver arrows or whatever, you just couldn't do damage to werewolves or were-rats or whatever, right? You could have a magic weapon, which would work too. But what I remember most is that hey Scott,
Hello.
what I remember most, I'm talking about old school D&D werewolves because I read this book called the Beast in Owl 34, which is a book about a guy who turns into a werewolf, gets attacked by a werewolf and starts turning into a werewolf.
Yeah.
And and then I did a video to talk about that book that I read. And that'll probably be up on my channel tomorrow after I edit it or whatever. But the thing about it is that I uh I did that I and I wanted to talk about were beings like werewolves, were-rats, were-tigers, whatever in D&D. And like and if I remember you're old school D&D like me. So
Yep.
back in the day, like one of the things, there were two things that like you almost always you made sure that your party had, and they cost extra. One person needed to have a silver dagger in case you ran into something that needed silver to hurt it. And then the other thing was a mirror. You're like, oh, why do I need a mirror? And it's like, oh, well, because if you run into a Medusa, you can like,
100% on the mirror, or
yeah,
like
yeah,
a highly polished shield.
yeah. Ever since you watched Clash of the Titans, you were like,
Exactly. So true. Oh my
yeah.
God, that's 100% accurate.
But no, I remember old BX. Is that the Aurora Borealis centered in your kitchen, Scott Demers? But no, I
Yes.
remember I remember the the starting packages. Do you remember this? And like in classic AD, like, so not AD&D, there was D&D, and then there was AD&D, and then
Yep.
there was like basic Dungeons and Dragons and expert Dungeons and Dragons. And of course, if you really dive into, well, why were there two different versions of D&D? Why was there basic D&D and why was there AD&D? And it was all Gygax trying to make sure Arneson didn't get money. He was trying to make a version of D&D where Arneson wouldn't get royalties. That's why, because when they came up with Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, he was like, "Oh, this is new." He was like, "This isn't the same thing," or whatever.
Right.
And then Arneson was like, no, that's my game. You just slapped a different name on it." And they went through this big lawsuit process. And yeah, and then you would and then so of course then he won his case, and so he was owed royalties or whatever for it, and then they figured out a way to make they changed just enough of the rules in basic D&D. If you remember correctly, they changed things to, like, there was no armor class 10 anymore. Armor class 9 was like the worst armor class, and I mean, they changed just enough, right, to, like, elf was a class instead of it being an ancestry or race or whichever version you want to call it. Anyway, so but anyway, in that old D&D, like in that basic and expert D&D, like you could, instead of like going through the list and buying, okay, I need to buy um iron rations, and I need a candle, and I need this stuff, they would sell these packs, which was like, oh, this is adventure pack A, B, or C, and they had like different items in them, and it was like a backpack, a bedroll, 2 weeks of food, and like a water skin, and things like that, and like they were slightly different. And like I remember one had a silver dagger and one had a mirror. It was like in the
Yep.
mirror, and as Kabuki Kid, the mirror was like super expensive. It was like 25 gold pieces. It was the same amount as like a two-handed sword, if you wanted to buy that. And that was the other thing, the total aside, I remember looking at the uh the game, basic D&D, and the two-handed sword was super expensive, like 25, 40 gold or whatever. Like, it was just super expensive. And it did 1d10 damage. And everybody wanted one because it did the most damage. You wanted that sword. But then the halberd also did 1d10 damage, and it cost 7 gold. And so it was like, and so because we were like playing by the rules, and we were like, okay, well, everybody's just gonna get a halberd then, and everybody just, so an entire party of these people walking around with 12-foot long staves with a big giant axe blade on the end. I mean, that was insane.
And you're saying that's a problem. That's
Well, I mean,
funny.
we just let it happen, right? I mean, it was just
Yeah.
like, because you're just like, oh, everybody gets a halberd. You never really thought about the fact that it's like, oh, well, you really can't take that into a tunnel,
Yeah,
or
totally.
it's not going to be effective or anything like that.
Yeah,
We
totally.
just
100%.
we bother ourselves with trying to make everything so the verisimilitude, as they say.
It's kind of interesting
Um,
with Dragons Down. There's an abstraction, obviously, like there always is in board games, no different than you
mhm.
have to use some of your imagination to think you've gone to the moon and you're colonizing the moon in Shackleton
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Lakes or
yeah,
whatever, right? But because it's something tangible, right? Like I have this sword. It's funny the discussions that occur because I really should be, as a half orc barbarian, I really should be able strong enough to swing this two-handed sword with one hand. There should be an exception to the rules. And it's kind of funny. It's almost like that D&D level of conversation occurring.
yeah,
The kind of you'd have these conversations in D&D, you go, and then a dungeon master would make a ruling, but you can't do that or you don't do that necessarily in board games, right? You just have to
yeah. I
kind of
mean,
roll with it.
board
It's
games have
interesting.
that structure, right? I mean,
Yeah.
where it's like you can only do this. I mean, I remember, like, You mentioned something. I remember when Descent Second Edition came out, and I was like super excited because Descent First Edition was an all right game. I mean, but it had a lot of clunkiness and a
The big
lot of
coffin box.
the big coffin box. And I did sell mine finally. Like I remember I had everything for Descent First Edition. Like I mean everything. I had every single expansion that ever came out, all the little extra miniatures that they gave out, like everything. I
Yeah,
had every single thing for it. And somebody finally made me the offer I couldn't refuse. Instead of like, oh, it's like this has been sitting on my shelf for, I've played exactly, I've played maybe 8 hours total. And I mean, of like, and I even had that Road to Legend expansion that was like,
I did
oh,
too.
this is like, 600 hours of adventure. Like that was the process behind it. And but I was just like, I'm never gonna play this. But yeah, somebody finally did
I gave
offer me
mine
the
to
right amount of money.
charity, and not that long ago either. I had
Oh
bought it when my
yeah.
son was really young, like 3, 4, 5 years old, 4 years old, and he just loved playing with the miniatures,
Oh
right?
yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
I owned War of the Ring for probably 20 years before I ever played it because I had bought it for him to play with the miniatures. And said, nah,
Mm.
Lord of the Rings, I'll get into that game sometime. It was like 20 years later, I finally played it, and it's one of my favorite games of all time. And
No, it's a great game.
I now have that collector's edition, and so then it was
Ooh
funny.
la la.
Aries was selling it for like $450, and a friend of mine was like, "Dude, you should get it. I'm getting it." And I said, the day I spend $450 on a board game, you got to be out of your,
Mm.
ever living mind. And then he goes, just go to the website. And so anyway, I was talking to him on the phone. So anyway, I hung up. Yeah, I thought, I'll go take a look, right? And I called him back about 20 minutes later, just said, I hate you because I have bought
Ah.
every single one of them that they've put out.
Yep. But
No
anyway, the whole
regrets.
my whole point behind that is that Descent Second Edition came out, and I was super excited to play it. And so of course it was still one versus many, one
Yep.
person, and you set up the board. And I remember one of the things, and I remember vividly there was like this thing where it was like, okay, well my dwarf fighter goes around this corner, and then you as the descent keeper or whatever the word was for it, like, okay, well then this giant is right there, and he charges forward, and he swings his club, and he does, 8 billion points of damage to this dwarf, just basically smashing him into pulp on the ground. So he's dead. Oh, well, actually, he just pops up here at the beginning of the dungeon. He
Yeah,
just
they
shows up
made,
again.
even more so than Dungeons and Dragons, for me, it was playing all those old school board games, those Avalon Hill games where,
Mm.
sorry, you dead. And Magic Realm being one of my favorites of all time. You could be the most powerful, hero in the whole game, and one bad encounter, and you go, well, I died. And you would,
Yep.
in Magic Realm, you would know you were going to die. You go, I don't think there's
Oh
any
yeah.
way I could win this fight. I am going to die, right?
I remember, and there were certain classes that were just destined to be dead, like the wild mage and stuff like
Yeah.
that, where it was just like they were just there's no way you're gonna live a
Which,
long
well,
time.
and what I liked about it, and frankly, that's in Dragons Down too, is all the classes or whatever, they're not balanced per se. They have certain play styles, but um, you could kind of auto nerf. You go, hey, winning as the witch, that was a real thing, like a
Yeah.
badge of honor in the community, as opposed to going as the white knight or the black knight, where you go, a lot easier. And that same concept is alive in Dragons Down. But anyway,
Yeah, the balancing just isn't there. It reminds me of, I remember I was talking to a guy that, a RPG publisher, and he like when he plays D&D, he plays this incredibly stripped down version of it.
yep,
Like, and I mean, it's stripped down to, the four wheels on the road, and that's it. I mean, it's just
yep,
like everybody everybody when you attack, you do D6 damage. If you have a strength of 13, you get +1. It's like, I mean, it's really, really, he said combats are super quick and everything like that. And I remember I was like, He's like, because we just the story is that's important, and everybody's the same, so nobody ever really gets upset about anything. And I was like, okay, that makes sense, you know. I mean, and with my group, that would never work. My players want to have that customization. They want to see
Yep.
differences in their characters and things like that. It's to each their own type of thing. But I remember once he said to me, he's like, "Yeah, I really made a mistake though." And I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Well." I gave this guy got a magic bow. It was like and I rolled it randomly and he got this like +3 magic bow. And I was like, oh, well, why is that? He's like, well, so one of the things that they always do in my games is they always cast enlarge on one person because then they're a big creature. So now they'll do 2d6 damage. So this guy was basically running around big, shooting his bow, doing 2d6 +3 damage and everything. There's nothing in my games that have 20 or more hit points,
Right.
so I mean he's just laying waste to everything, and I was like, "Oh, well, what are you gonna do?" And he's like, "Oh, well, I mean he'll die eventually. It'll go away." And I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, no, I mean like a snake's gonna bite him eventually or something and he'll fail his poison save and he'll be dead." And then like a week later he's like, "Yeah, the evil priest
Problem
cast stick
solved.
evil priest cast sticks to snakes. Just like,
Yeah.
and I rolled a 1, so the snakes were poisonous, and he got bitten twice, and he failed one of the saving throws, so he was dead. And so then I just I had the cultist just grab his body and the bow and run off with it. So
That was the
it
thing
was
about
gone.
D&D is you could always solve any problem as the dungeon master by just, you know,
Well, not be capricious about it. Like, not just like,
no,
yeah, you
no.
fall in a trap, pit trap, and you die, right? I mean,
Yeah,
but I mean,
exactly.
but if you were playing true old school D&D, every trap was save or die. I mean, it was always like, oh, a stone
Yeah,
block comes down and hits you on the head, save versus whatever, or die.
right.
A giant executioner's blade falls from the ceiling. Save versus stunning ray or whatever. All those weird ass saving throws that they had. Oh, you failed? Yeah, it cuts you in two.
Well,
Yep.
Yeah,
even without
you're
saving
dead.
throws, like the first, 5 levels or so, if you're playing like as written D&D rules, if anything attacks you, there's like a 50-50 shot you're dying. And if something has claw bite, no, you're just doesn't
Oh
matter what it
yeah,
is.
Claw bite.
they absolutely or the troll rend. Remember that? Like, oh, it hit with both its claws, so it does 4d6 damage to you
Yeah.
as it just rips you apart. I mean, and you're dead. I mean, here's some. There's that classic meme where it says, "How much damage did I take?" And then DM says, "Roll 3 6-sided." Okay, I got an 11. Okay, roll 3 6-sided again. I got a 12. Roll 3 6-sided again. I got a 14. Hey, I'm rolling up a character, aren't I? Just yeah.
Oh my God, that's so
Um,
funny.
Hello, Jeff. Hello,
Hello.
Scott. Hello, Andrew.
I saw a T-shirt the other day that I actually liked quite a bit. I had pondered buying it, and then I held off. It said it's a D&D wizard, and it says I cast non-magic missile, and it's him launching a bazooka, and
Oh,
I'm
nice.
and I'm like, okay, that's actually pretty funny.
Um, yeah.
That background you've got, Scott.
So that is me as Santa Claus. I
Oh,
did it
okay.
as a joke at my
I
work.
thought it was a little
Yeah, here's the
looked
problem
a
though.
little like you.
Yeah, there's not that big of a difference between that and the real thing. Like
Hmm.
every day I'm closer to where it'll be
You could pass for Santa.
right. Exactly, exactly,
Is that not a
Scott.
good thing?
This is not a good thing. This is not
Okay.
like a good thing to realize in your life that you're like, I kind of look like Santa Claus.
Yeah. If it
So
wasn't for this dark gray patch, soon though, soon that'll go away.
yeah, you
And
got
I'll have an all white beard.
right.
My hair is still really dark though, so I don't know what I'm gonna do there. I just
I've
I'm
been
not
doing
gonna.
these. This is my favorite one I do. This is
Just
this is
dye it black.
actually this is our chief revenue officer, and so when I get on calls with him, I'll just like, oh, I'm gonna paint some happy trees. I just think that's hysterical.
Well, as long as you're entertaining yourself, I suppose.
100%. 100%.
Uh,
Anyway,
hey, Jeff, I had noticed. I mean, did your Kickstarter fund?
It's funded and it's still going. So if you still
How
need,
many how many days are left?
what's that?
How many days are left on your
8 days left.
Kickstarter?
So I will
How
continue.
many? You said five?
8.
Eight. So I
what?
think I'm gonna. And don't worry about it. You don't have to do anything for me. I'm gonna do. I do sometimes. I talk about books I read. I think I'm gonna do a thing about your book and then throw it up on my channel and the
Oh,
first
thank
one because I've read that one and I'm gonna tell people you should get this book and then you should go and get the second book or whatever. Is it like a sequel or anything or is it just in the set
No,
in the same world?
still takes place in the Battle Stations universe, but it's not a sequel. And I know all the online stuff says you got to do a series and give away the first book and let people keep rolling onto it. But that's just not how they come to me. But maybe eventually it'll all come together and be like, yeah, well, that's the Battle Stations universe. There's all this stuff happening.
You should post the link to your thing in the chat on the YouTube if or say it out loud so people know where to find it.
Uh,
What's the name of the what is it called on the thing?
it is kickstarter.com/projects /my world a fighter jock's planetary adventure. There's hyphens in there. I'll see if I can how do
What
I
was it again?
how do I get
My-
It's I found it. I found it. I'm gonna it's so just search for you can search for Jeff Zidek like
That's
as
what
far
I
as
did.
like yeah, just search for Jeff Zidek but I have the link and I'm gonna post it in the
My
thing.
world.
colon
The
A
first
fighter
book
jet.
is
slash
the first book is yeah HTTP
Yes,
colon.
yes.
I will just say this: the first book was a delight. I read it in like a weekend. It was because I was having fun reading it,
Oh, thanks.
and I backed this next one. So I'm excited to see the next book. So yeah, I'm impressed. I've had people like everybody like I've had my mother, my wife, and random people tell me I should write a book, and I have no idea where to even start. So.
Well,
Page 1.
I suppose page one, right?
Page one.
seriously,
Call me Ishmael.
no, I
seriously,
disagree. You start with
start at
your
the
one
beginning.
end.
and then rewrite your first chapter later on when you realize what your beginning should have been.
Oh yeah.
Just
You remember
write
that?
it going.
You remember that Far Side one comic strip, and it's just like the writer who's like pulling his hair out, and he has all these like ripped up pieces of paper that said, call me Marty. Call me
Yeah.
and like crumple it. He's just like, I just can't think of that.
I do remember that one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I just read
Was
Moby Dick this last year, and it was an ordeal.
it is a product of its time.
Yeah.
I remember he wrote a book called like the Sea Wolf or the Sea Raider, which was even more bleak. Like it was and more what's the word we're looking for? Like it was even more like existential and very myopic as far as in reference to like the purposelessness of existence. It was like it was even more of that. But yeah, no. I mean, but Melville will be known forever. For that book. So he must have done something, right? Right? Yeah, so
Yeah, it was really, it wasn't interesting like, oh, I can just follow along and it just zips through, but it was fascinating, an insight into what it was like to think what it was like, in those times. It felt very real, even though it was preposterous.
well, yes, it was preposterous, but I mean, I think the thing about it was also, as you said, it was very real. It was kind of it was kind of Hemingway before Hemingway, right? It was like, and then
Ah,
he got up from his bed and he walked to the door, and then he opened the door, and then he walked out onto the deck. I mean, it was very much like, and then he shaved. Just so there was, did you ever write about anything that he didn't do? No,
Right.
you're gonna
I
describe
always love
everything that he does.
I always love in books when they'll say something like he took off his coat and he put it on the chair that was there. Like
Yes.
Yeah.
you're like, yes, I would hope that would be a true statement. So anyway,
No, I mean he excuse me. Yes.
No, that would be
Uh
an interesting start to a story. He took off his coat and put it on the chair that he was hallucinating.
yes.
yes.
Um there's a thing like that when you when you run um a role-playing game. There is this it's called like there's like goes by a lot of names, but I refer to it as open role playing, where you get buy-in from the people. And you get buy-in like in D&D, like you when you say, "Oh yeah, you found a wand. What does it look like?" And then you have that person describe what the wand looks like. And so there's like a buy-in that where it's like instead of you telling them, "Oh, it's a long jagged piece of silver that has been tarnished in several places." It's like you allow them to come up with whatever, and then all of a sudden it means more to them, and
Gives
it's the
them
same
more
kind of thing.
I'm not
agency.
that creative though,
Well, I
and I'm
mean,
lazy.
but you don't
The
give
It's a
big
yourself
bad
enough credit.
combination,
You were very creative when we played Call of
wasn't it?
Cthulhu.
I felt it was very
Yes, you
straight on the
were.
nose.
No,
Okay.
you were very creative, and I thought you really dug playing the Irish gangster. You really
Hmm.
you went all in. I
It was
mean, I,
fun.
I like that.
I wish he could
Hmm.
have been a little more rough.
Well, I
It
did put
wasn't
the
a whole
mittens
lot.
on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did put the mittens on a little bit. Next time, next
Sure.
next year, next BGG con, I'll kill you all. Just and
Wow.
nobody
That
lives.
escalated quickly.
Yeah,
Um.
we were damage free, right? Nobody really took any.
Uh.
I think there was like
Matthew.
1 point of damage.
Yeah, well, Matthew and both Matthew and Michael
Michael.
both had a bout of madness, which was
Sure.
not no, nobody permanently lost their mind though. I mean, it was fun though. I mean, I did like how you said that it's like, yeah, I'm gonna burn my incriminating evidence, but I'm gonna take everybody else's. Just like, and yeah, I'll make sure this stuff's safe, just for later. Hey Chad.
Yo, yo.
I just,
Hey, Jen.
Uh, yeah. What? I'm trying to remember the name of that. I'm trying to
Were we doing
remember.
any top 10 lists tonight or anything? Was I supposed to prepare
Well,
something?
no, yeah, no, we did go through the
we went
top
through the
according
top
to variety, top 100
100.
the top 100 comedies, and we definitely had some problems or whatever
We
with
had
some of the things
grievances.
that
There
we
was at
picked.
least 30 or 40 movies that should have been on that list that were not on that list.
It was weird, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
It was a little
it
too
was
much retro.
yeah, and then there was a lot of like
I
this
mean, I guess that's your,
archaic this
when you're
archaic
like
Italian movie that nobody's ever seen,
yeah,
I mean,
like have those movies never heard of.
yeah, it was
And
I did have
Ghostbusters wasn't on
something.
the list.
I have started getting all yeah, Ghostbusters, not in the top 100 comedies of
Should
all
we try to
time.
find another list of movies that we could go through or
Yeah,
something?
I think I actually found a couple. I have a couple of links, so we can do that. But we got a ton of people right now. We can just dive into it initials if you want.
Oh yeah, I love initials.
Yeah.
Wait, are you being legit? Or are you just like,
No,
yeah?
I'm serious. Is it's I love it except for there's that one guy who always shows up and kicks everybody's ass, and I don't love it when he's here.
He hasn't been around in a while. He's probably
Well,
watching.
so the cool thing is this is the last Alaboom that we
Oh,
will
I was
have.
enjoying it. Oh well.
No, 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 no. While I am 53 years old,
Oh,
because in exactly 1 week's time,
I see.
1 week from today,
It's
I turn 54.
my
So.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'll have this or not. I probably will be out and about doing stuff. We'll figure it out though. So,
You mean you're gonna go out for your 54th birthday?
Yeah, I mean, like
Okay.
maybe go to a movie or I don't know, grab a meal.
I have a
So
movie review.
which one?
What
Rental
movie?
Family.
Oh,
And
all
we can
right.
talk about
And
it after if you want to play. What's up?
no, it's
So I didn't hear what you said.
all I said was, how was it? But
Thumbs up. I mean, I
Uh,
could go into more detail later. I'll give it a thumb.
yeah, yeah.
That's
how
actually
do
like
you?
my second favorite of the year.
Well, and the first one, of course, is
One battle.
one battle after
Yeah,
another.
one battle after another is like the best for sure.
If
I
that
mean,
doesn't win Best
Weapons is pretty
Picture,
close. Is pretty close to number two, but I think Rental Family is a little better. I mean, Rental Family is more serious. It's like a
Weapons
drama.
was
It's a
good.
drama. Weapons. I love
But
Weapons.
one battle after another, man. I mean, that was. I mean, I
It's really
still
good.
find myself thinking about that movie and just like considering it and like rolling it around in my brain. Um, yeah. So I mean, it's crazy, and
So
it's on like everybody's list of top
you know that
movies for the
talker
year.
that I watched, that guy, I forget his name, Jason Allen, something or other.
Okay.
He basically did a review of that, and he's like, I think he missed the point.
Well, what do you think the point was?
He was talking about the Santa Claus Club, like like I'm like,
Oh, okay,
okay,
yeah.
well, it's I don't know. I didn't want to like, it looked like he was kind of missing that point of like what it was.
Well, and
Like,
that's an aspect of it, right? I mean,
yeah.
it's I mean that's a really I mean, without I'm trying to stay away from
Or no,
spoilers,
don't
but I
say
mean,
anything. I mean, it's just
Yeah,
no,
it's
I
I
don't
a
want
haven't
to say
seen
anything
that
either.
movie yet, and I really want to see it.
yeah, that's not a
So,
spoiler.
but it's not really a spoiler, but I mean,
Don't if you don't
we won't
know
get.
anything.
I won't say
Yeah.
any. I won't say any more about
La
it. But
la
I
la
mean,
la la la
I
la
do think it. I
la
do
la
think
la
that that is a
la
really.
la
I mean,
la
I can see where somebody would say, "Oh,
la.
this is your attempt to talk about, um, some sort of secret society or whatever," and it's like, "Oh, these possibly exist," type of thing. Where like I don't really, you know, it's tough to believe. I mean, it is the older I get, the tougher it is for me to buy into the idea of any kind of conspiracy theory or, um, because like the old statement, two people can keep a secret if one person is dead. Yeah, and like the whole, oh, we never went to the moon. Well, the sheer number of people that have to be in on that to all decide we're not going to say anything and everybody's okay. I mean, it's just it's insanity. So
Yep.
um I mean, but whatever. Anyway, tonight's initials, I do have more than one, so if we decide we want to do another one we can, but tonight's initials are G, as in GIF, P, as in Peter and Paul, but not Mary. P.
So it's Jeff J.
No.
Wrong kind of Jeff.
Oh, the other Jeff,
G. I
the
didn't say J, I said
it's
G.
spelled the dumb
Like,
way.
Yes.
yeah.
Yes,
That's not my joke, by the way.
I know that. I know where that's from. That's
You know where that's from?
watching Saturday Night Live
Yeah. Sorry,
in the
watching.
stupid way.
We're gonna
So
spell
G.
we're gonna spell some words two different ways. We're gonna spell Jeff two different ways.
Mm.
Yep.
One
Yeah.
One
was
way with a J and the stupid way with a G.
yeah.
Hey,
That's such a
is
I
G and
rewatched that.
P?
That segment is so great. It's like one of the best.
His best
Yeah.
bit is still the fact that the terrible time traveler.
Gosh,
Where he says,
I don't know that one.
"Oh, it's so funny." He goes, I think I'd be a really terrible time traveler. Like I go back to the 1920s and I'd see somebody on the phone and they'd say something like, "Hey, we carry those in our pockets now." And they go, "No way. How does that work?" And he goes, "Ooh, yeah.
I don't know.
I don't really know." Then he goes, "I think it has something to do with satellites." He goes, "What's a satellite?" "Ooh, yeah. I probably should have mentioned." Then he has the money line. He says, "I don't even think I could prove I was from the future. Who's our next president?" So good.
I love
Mm.
his history of America and he did history of TV also for the Grammys or for the Emmys,
Right.
which is really funny. Anyway,
Yep. Anyway, yeah.
sidetrack.
All right, here we go. Clue number one of GP.
GP.
Justin Bieber was a part of the remix for this Sage the Gemini song. Big fans of Sage the Gemini
Who?
out there? Sage?
Exactly.
I got the tattoo on my arm that says Gemini. You want to see?
Here we go. Number 2. This is often pushed. Number 3. This was used in the Fast and Furious franchise.
Aldi.
Go for it.
Gas pedal?
Gas pedal is correct. Gas pedal. Gas pedal.
That's ridiculous that you got that.
I mean, I know. I shouldn't have got
He's got
that.
all those Sage Gemini albums.
Well, the push thing is what gave it to me. It's like, is it a button?
Item number 2 of GP. This can potentially occur at many different ages.
Aldi.
Taking a swing.
Yeah. Growing pain. Z. Oh,
That
come
was a
on.
good guess, though.
Show me that
Come on.
smile again.
If I was Evan,
I think
I'd
you've
be
given that
going,
clue before, honestly, now that I have deja vu. I think I got zonked on the last time I said growing pains also.
Yeah,
I'm like just having the majorest deja vu ever.
Evan's just clicking his pen right now. Clue number 2. These are thrown.
I got it now.
Clue number 3.
I'm having like the most major deja vu.
Clue number 3. Yeah. A nationwide 2014 survey found that this averages a cost of $985.
You sure you didn't give this clue before?
I don't think so. Clue number 4. This is connected to degrees. Just
Of course
watching
it is.
all the
I've got it. I mean, come on. The stupid thing is, I feel like we're replaying like something that happened in history here.
Number 5. This most commonly feature friends and family.
I got nothing.
Here we are. Final clue. Gifts and money are often given to
Yeah.
the person. Go ahead.
Graduation present. Graduation party. Graduation party.
Ah,
Good check. Good call.
I'll
Good
give
change
it to
there.
him. I'll give it
Yeah.
to. I will give it to him. I'll give it to Jeff. I'll give it to Jeff. All right, Jeff with the save.
Yeah, with the
Nice.
proper J.
Clue number 1. Connected to a great many conspiracy theories. Number 2. Has featured the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Number 3. Has many chambers. Number 4. Former presidential candidate Ben Carson said that these were created by the biblical character Joseph. Ever Ben Carson?
Sure.
I do.
So many
Doctor.
Carson's books.
Sleepy guy.
Yeah. Clue number 5. These are found in Africa. Jeff,
Great Pyramids.
Great Pyramids is correct. Great Pyramids.
What did Ben Carson say about them?
They weren't made by the pharaohs, they were or the Egyptians or slave labor. They were created by one man, Joseph, in the Bible.
Okay, so he's an idiot. Got it.
Yeah.
uh,
I don't even know why I show up before this game occurs.
Clue number one. We haven't even talked about the Vikings yet, Scott.
Oh, I know.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
here super late either.
Why do you want to torture yourself?
Because
Exactly.
at this point it's just fun. The train wreck is so much fun. It's fun wondering who's going to be fired.
Are you
It's
guys still
not-
in the hunt?
it's not fun 40 years later, when
No.
you've done it every year.
All right, clue number one. The Germans gave this nickname to Jane Anderson,
Who is this?
who was an American broadcaster of Nazi propaganda in World War II.
Scott,
Go for it.
George Patton. Not a bad
Number
guess,
two.
though.
This is the nickname of Ty Cobb.
Of Ty Cobb?
Yep. Clue number three.
Son of
Commonly
a-
includes schnapps and Southern Comfort.
Yeah, son of a.
Clue number four. According to Urban Dictionary, this is a hottie. Clue number five. Connected to butts.
Aldi.
Go for it.
Georgia Peach.
Georgia Peach
Nice.
is correct. Because a peach looks like a butt. Number one. As of today, nobody still truly understands this. Number two. However, it is connected to proximity.
Proximity to what?
Just proximity.
Number three. This is connected to two objects.
Andy,
Andrew.
gravitational pull.
Gravitational pull is correct.
I couldn't.
Oh, that's good.
I didn't think that was going to be the actual answer.
Neither did I until he said it.
Have you ever watched
Well,
it?
I had the gravity part, but I was like, is pull that? Is it that? But
Have you ever watched
Oh, you pulled it- you pulled the
the
trigger.
like really really smart people talking about gravity and how like the search for the graviton and
Sure.
oh my gosh, it's just if I listen to that for too long, my brain starts to hurt. Like literally, it like just starts to like how they just we know it exists, but we don't know how it works.
Wait,
We have
I see the graviton every year at the fair.
Yes.
that was one of the best rides, man.
Yeah.
No, like
Um.
The
gravity
man
is,
speaks true.
is weird, and so is honestly, electricity is still, there's still a lot of basic understood stuff about electricity. Like like the idea that it's like a lot of people think it's like the electrons moving through a wire, and that's not actually what it is. It's like the field around the wire itself. If you've ever watched any of the stuff for that.
So
it's weird.
okay, not to segue, but like if because we all have an electric current, like because our bodies create one. If you really want to mess with yourself, you can take your hands and you can put them a little bit further away, and if you start to move them in a circle, you can actually start to feel. If you pay attention, you can actually start to feel like this thing, like it's the electricity in your body kind of both repelling and pushing yourself like your hands. You got to move, and it's tough. Once you feel it though, it's like it's the weirdest feeling. Like it doesn't want your fingers like there's like this weird like little field between your hands that it doesn't want you to crush.
Yeah,
You can easily.
I'm feeling it, and I'm surprised you other guys aren't just doing this because I
Uh,
mean, if you have hands in front of you, you might as well do it.
I assumed that this was the first clue and that it's gullibility prank.
That's
Yeah.
good.
No, and it's the weirdest feeling. Like you can actually feel it like on a level, you can actually kind of feel it shifting your skin even. But like and it's easy to beat. You can just get past it. But it's like it's weird. It's just I remember as a kid I
That
figured
must
that
be your
out and then
magnetic personality, Lance.
oh, thanks, buddy.
Oh, oh.
Clue number one. This is only found in the US and Canada. Clue number two is connected to wind power. Clue number three. You can find the Black Hills here. Clue number four. Previous inhabitants include mammoths. Jeff.
Great Plains.
Great Plains is correct. Well done.
I was waiting for the clue about
I
them
had-
being owned by Microsoft,
Oh, yeah.
or
I had Great
their
Peter down,
headquarters
but
is near my house.
couldn't do it.
Great Plains Software. I remember got bought by Microsoft. That was like this huge company in Fargo. It was
Yep.
called Great Plains Software, and then they got bought by Microsoft for $1 bajillion.
Yep.
Um,
And now he's your governor, or was, or whatever.
yeah. Clue number one. This is a situation, and also the second word by itself. Clue number two. This takes place in court. Clue number three. It almost always follows the number 40. Clue number four. You claim this with a Prince, Wilson, or Dunlop. Usually. Clue number five. This is accomplished in tennis.
Oh, I actually had that part in my head, but
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is.
I'm still I'm with you.
Final clue. This is related to break, match, and set.
Jeff,
Andy,
Oh, I know what it is.
Jeff.
game point.
Game point.
I'll be right back, guys. Hang on.
Promises, promises. We'll wait patiently.
Well, I can't figure
Um,
out how to shut off my
What's the
camera.
court? Oh, court.
see, did you like that? Because I said court, and you're like, oh, it's a court
Yeah.
with like a judge and a lawyer and witnesses and a prosecuting attorney and things like that. And it's to throw you off the scent,
Scent.
if you will. Yes.
God,
yes.
you threw me off.
You know, I like to have fun. Have fun with these things. Who's gonna win on Sunday? You think we can let Washington win so we have an even better shot to like get?
I want to
like,
lose
move
every
down?
game.
Well, we do. You want to, right? I mean, thank God Miami just can't stop winning.
I mean, I guess
So-
it's like when you get to that point with your team where it's like you just want them to lose so badly that something drastically changes over the off season, right?
We'll get back to that.
But if you're like 8-8 at the end of the day,
8 and 9. Remember 17 games
Oh,
now?
8 and
Just
9,
because
yeah.
because the
8
NFL's
9,
got to
8
make more
9,
money.
8 9.
Yeah.
What about 8-8-1?
8 and
Yeah, 8
1.
8 1. That's gonna
All
be
right, here we
dope.
go. Clue number 1. We can all agree the larger, the better.
I'm gonna
No,
say an answer. Only Scott. Only
no,
it's
no, no,
not
no,
correct.
no! Don't make a joke. Don't make a joke. You sick
Oh,
little.
okay, okay.
Number 2. It's a set.
My guess still applies.
Ah. Clue number 3. Despite the name, this is not for swimming. Clue number 4. Diversity decreases the chance of extinction.
Jeff,
Oh,
Jeffrey.
gene pool.
Mhm.
Yep.
Gene Pool
Pool.
is correct. Chad.
Yeah.
Chad. I just want to make sure your microphone worked.
Yep.
Check, check.
1 2 1 2.
Clue number 1.
Talking smack.
This is an Activision title from 1982. Activision games.
Oh, I know this one. Aldi.
Go for it.
Grand Prix.
Grand Prix. Well done. Well done. You
Wow.
were an old school. You were an
That
old
is an
school
old
video
school
gamer
game,
though.
yeah.
So, but that was a good game too.
I never played that one.
It was one of the few that my father could play because he could never get like the coordination down to like move. But he said, "Oh, racing games I can figure out. That's something I just move my car back and forth and avoid the things." So, uh, clue number 1. Disgraced wide receiver Antonio Brown stated this was all due to this. Clue number 2. It was released in January of 2018. Clue number 3. This has more than 1 billion views on YouTube. Clue number 4. On draft day, a lot of young men say this is why they were chosen by a team. Clue number 5. This is a theological concept.
Yeah, I've got part of it. I've had part of it. I just don't have.
Jeff,
Final clue. Jeff.
Jeff. God's plan.
God's
Plan.
plan.
I was
This
like,
is
I was
Wait.
like presents. That there's no way that's it.
God's presence.
Yeah.
Where's the
like,
Drake? Where's the Drake clue?
well, that's the last clue. It says
Oh.
appeared on the album Scorpion
I think you've
by
given
Drake.
that clue before because I think I got it on that Drake clue last time you gave that.
Really?
Yeah.
Did I use God's plan before?
Yeah,
Maybe.
like I told you,
I
I
gotta-
had a major deja vu.
I've got to like come up with a different place that to find my stuff. I like because I actually like a few of these. I just had, oh, that's kind of a cool one. That's kind of cool. I know I haven't actually listed off the one that I was like, that's neat. I think that'd be a fun thing, and then I start looking for other stuff with those. So maybe I've done these initials before. All right.
Do you have a record of them somewhere?
No.
Yeah, they're all the YouTube episodes from past.
Yeah,
decades.
yeah. I'll go. You can go ahead and check those out. Yeah, just
You know what?
yeah,
That's a
hold on.
good tool. That's a tool for a search engine or something.
Don't say it. Don't say
I didn't say it. I said a search engine, a scanner.
Clue number
of some
1.
sort.
This is an album name by Quiet Riot and Barbara Streisand. Really? No Barbara Streisands? No Babs fans here? Okay. Clue number 2. This was a series on Food Network. Clue number three. In a more perverse way, this is associated with fetishes. Clue number four. This could be films, music, video games, desserts, and
Scott,
many more. Scott,
guilty pleasure.
guilty pleasure
I
is
like the delivery
correct.
there.
Yeah,
All
I'm getting tired.
right.
Guilty pleasures.
Clue number one has appeared with Austin Powers. Clue number two was a playwright in a 2001 movie. Clue number three appeared in a box in 1995.
Aldi.
Haha, go for it.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Oh, you sick little bastard.
You've
Head in the
given this clue
box.
before too.
What's in the box? Oh,
What's
I
in the
made
box?
What's in
Oh
the
my God,
box?
that's a great clue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a period in a box.
Uh, this is the one that made me think of this to do. Clue number one was pivotal in an episode of Black Mirror. What's in the box? Clue number two. It is popular with children. Clue number three is associated with Chris Rock. Clue number four appeared in the 2009 Disney movie G-Force. What?
Whatever.
No fans of G-Force here? Clue number five. These are almost unilaterally domesticated.
Cat,
Go for it.
guinea pig.
Guinea
Oh
pig.
man.
Chad
I thought
getting
it was
in
a
at the
gerbil.
end.
I thought it was a
I think-
gerbil in that
I'm sitting
episode.
here reading, and it just you said something that domesticated. I was like, oh, okay, guinea pigs.
Chad got in with a point at the very end. Well done,
There
Chad. Well
you go.
done. Jeff's the big winner tonight.
All right.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah.
I think it's because of my
No, I
magnet.
thought of guinea pigs.
Yeah,
So,
I thought it was a gerbil.
so
You
the crazy,
would.
so something that isn't guinea pigs, whatever. So if you ever look up like hamsters, like those little fuzzy rodents that like a kid, you get a kid so you can learn about death, because it dies in about a year, because they don't live long at all.
Wow.
No, I mean that's what they say. Is they say like, I mean, it's one of those things where you can go through like it's a way for children to understand it, right? They get attached and then it gets sick and it dies. I mean, it's just that's what gerbils do. I mean, gerbils or for that matter, uh, guinea pigs like live like 4 or 5 years, but yeah, hamsters like live like a year and a half, 2 years. But anyway, so there was some weird island in South America that some ship in England, like probably off killing whales or something, and they went ashore to the island, probably to like, find some fresh water or who knows what, just to do whatever. And some sailor like saw these gerbils and he was or these hamsters and he was like, well, these things are cool, and then he thought, well, I bet you my kids would love these. And so he threw a bunch in a cage and and he kept them on board and he fed them, and of course, they had babies, and like the original ones probably died and they had babies and they had more babies and whatever. And then he got them home and he like and his kids did. They loved him, whatever. And then some guy was like, "Oh, hey, you got like 7,000 of these now. Can I have a few?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And then that guy gave him. They had more babies, and they gave him to more people, and they had more babies, and so on and so forth. In the meantime, something happened on that island where basically the hamsters got completely wiped out, like extinct. And so every single hamster that is sold in a pet store now are descendants from those hamsters that guy took off that island and came home with. Like, so there's like, whatever, a million hamsters in the world right now, probably more than that. But they are all descendants of that like cage of hamsters that guy brought back to England because they just were eradicated from the wild. So
I
yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if it was the rats that came on the ship with the sailor that killed all the hamsters on the island.
Probably. I mean, who knows, right? So, but yeah. I mean, that's just cool to think of. It's just like you go to a pet store and there's like 20 hamsters, and it's like, oh, well, those are the
Wouldn't that
great, 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 whatever.
wouldn't that bottleneck of their gene pool though make them not viable? Well, I guess they don't live very long.
No, they don't live very long. So you know, um, it's just but yeah, interesting little factoid. So Aldi, lay it on, lay your movie review. Give us your Siskel and Ebert review of whatever.
It's really clever. Do you know the premise of this movie?
Not even a little.
So why am I drawing a blank on his name?
The guy
What's it
from
He
called?
was in The Mummy. What's his name?
Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser?
Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
So he's an actor that's living in Japan, and he's sort of failing. Like he's like kind of washed up a little bit,
Okay.
and they hire him to be the name of the company he starts working for is called Rental Family. So like people in Japan hire this company to have him act out a role in their life, like it could be, for instance, like a boyfriend that they get married to, or something like that. Like he becomes a boyfriend to be married, so that the the daughter can move on with her life, and her parents would be happy. That's a little bit of a spoiler in the movie. That's one
Philip
small plot point.
Vanderplug. Is it
Yeah,
Vanderplug?
that's his
Yeah,
name.
that's a great
But
name.
so he plays these roles where he plays parts of, like, in real life, like it's people hire him to basically lie and act as like something that he's not, such as a brother, a boyfriend,
Yep.
a father. And
Hmm.
it's touching.
It's
There's some
touching.
really interesting stuff in that movie for sure.
I would put it on my list.
Yeah, it's worth watching. And it's all in Japan. It's cool. A lot of cool Japanese scenery and stuff.
Hmm. Well,
So,
I'll put it on my list of
yeah.
things to check out. Um,
Yeah, one of the roles people hire is an apologizing mistress. So the husband will hire the mistress to apologize to the wife for
Uh,
cheating on
that's
the
weird.
wife, right? It's like an apology. And I guess this is a thing in Japan where the mistress apologizes to the wife. Now, I don't know if it's a thing, but I mean, it is a thing in this movie.
Interesting.
So the wife is hired, or the mistress is hired, a hired actress. And yeah, it's kind of twist of the world.
Hmm. Well, I mean, that's cool.
I mean, it's really good.
Um,
And Brendan Fraser is really good.
He is really
I
good.
haven't seen him in it. I hadn't seen any of his movies lately. So
I used to like him in The Mummy and the fun action stuff.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, he had a
it,
sidetrack.
it,
well,
it,
now he's gonna make. Now they're making another Mummy movie.
Didn't he win the
So
Oscar for that whale movie?
yeah, the whale.
Yeah.
He was really good in that. That was surprising. That was like a real acting job, not fun popcorn movie.
Well, this is a real.
that first Mummy movie was great.
This is not a. I mean, I wouldn't call this movie fun, but it's interesting.
Um, yeah.
I also saw the second Wicked movie.
Oh yeah.
That's like a B. Like I really like the first Wicked one movie. I feel like the second one added way too much more stuff that I feel did not need to be in the movie. I mean, I guess that's in the musical, but I think they dragged it out a bit too much for two plus hours more of that story. So
Well, they're going
first
to
one, I thought the
continue
first one was
making
great though.
those forever, apparently. So
Oh, are they?
yeah,
Is it a franchise now?
yeah, it's a franchise now. So you'll have plenty
I
more
mean, the music is
chances to
good, and I
watch
like,
it.
Jeff Goldblum is quite fun. And the story is fun. Like it's if you don't know the Wicked story, it's like a nice twist on it. On the,
Yeah,
the Wizard of Oz.
the she's not bad. It's not her fault. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it's all, if you watch the movie, she's not bad. She's not the Wicked Witch of the West, as she gets called.
Hmm. So who was the Wicked Witch of the West then?
You want me to spoil it? I'm not gonna say.
No, I
Nope.
just
I've been waiting to see
No, you should watch it.
that.
I thought the first one's great. I really loved it, and the music is awesome. Second one, good, not great. Music is still good. It just dragged on a little bit too long. Too much, a little too much. Something. I
Well,
mean, I feel like it could have been like a really, really good, tight 3 hour movie, but of course they wanted to split it into two movies.
how long was the original stage performance?
3 hours, I think. It's
Oh,
pretty long.
okay.
I
So
saw it. I saw it in Dallas here. It's pretty. Yeah, let me see if it has a playing time. Wicked play. Maybe it's 2 hours. Usually musicals don't go on longer
yeah, I
than
was gonna say it
2 hours. 2 hours 45. So it's close to three. I mean, it's a dense story.
so um I there's two things I was gonna ask you about. So I wanted opinions on. The first one is the Great Library. There's like 15 days left. It's almost like at $400,000. The new big giant
Oh, is that out now?
Vital
I saw him
Lacerda.
posted on Facebook.
Yeah. So and it's just like I saw that and I was like, oh, I mean, that's a Lacerda. I mean, I'm sure it'll be like, layers upon layers of mechanisms and like I went and looked at the page for like probably 10 minutes, just kind of looking at it and I was like, oh, that looks cool.
It's interesting. It's not linked to Kickstarter.
What do you
It's
mean?
on, it's
Well,
on
usually
Kickstarter.
usually the publisher will link the game to Kickstarter from BGG, so I can click a link from
Oh,
BGG to
well,
see the
nobody ever
Kickstarter.
remembers to do
Not
those
there.
things. But I mean, so it looks cool and there's a lot
Weird.
of stuff going on. And I remember somebody had asked like Vital, like, oh, well, you know, how does it compare as far as the weight goes? And he's like, well, it'll take about an hour to teach. And then,
Yikes.
and then, and then he was like, and then, it'll probably, it takes about between a half hour to 45 minutes to set up as well. And then to play it, it'll take a couple of hours. And he's like, and everybody was just kind of like, and he kind of like was like, yeah, I know, but I mean, it's too bad that the games that I make, don't, you know, like, uh, or don't appeal to everybody. But this is the kind of game I make or whatever. And I admire the fact that he's still willing to like go out and make these super dense games. But I mean, after Lisboa, I'm kind of I don't know. It's just I'm weirdly. I mean, I really liked the fact that Kanban was as simple as it was, and I really liked that game. And then, for that matter, Escape Plan was really fun too, because it was relatively
I like
quick
this
and
gameplay.
simple as well. But and like I said, Kanban, great freaking game. But I was just like, and I was sitting there, and then I was like, oh, maybe. And then I realized, you know what, man? I didn't even buy like the last like three that he made. I was like, I'm no thanks. I'm just
Inventions,
yeah, I didn't even I've
Speakeasy.
never played Speakeasy, never played Inventions, never played Weather Machine. Like
Oh
I
yeah,
was
Weather
out.
Machine.
I was just out after
Did you play
that. And
On
I was
Mars?
yeah, I played on Mars. I mean, and
So
that was good. It was
the
no
teach of On
Lisboa though.
Mars for me was so long that by the time we started, I forgot like the first
Oh, I know.
10 minutes, 15 minutes. Like my brain was like, like the window of memory
Right.
what overloaded, right? It was one of those kind of like, what do I do again? Like 10 minutes from an hour ago? Like I don't know how to start.
I always prefer to just jump in and get it wrong and get beat badly. But then an hour into playing it wrong, I understand the game better than if you spent an hour explaining it to me.
Well, but here's
Yeah. You
the
got to know what to
problem with
do though.
these games though, Jeff, is that you literally it would be like if somehow we removed your brain and wiped out, like you don't even know how to like get out of bed. Like and if you just tried to, I'm gonna just jump into this Lacerda game,
Right.
you'd be like take
Yeah,
an
on
action.
on
And you'd
Mars
be
is
like,
not intuitive.
how? How do I do it? How do I take an action? Well,
Yeah.
just do it. Just like, oh yeah, you
Oh,
put a thing
I
and then
mean, by jump in, I mean give me 5 or 10 minutes of explanation and then start. Not an hour.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
I,
mean,
I I don't know. Like I don't know if you can do that with this game.
with any of his
Like
games, really.
I'm just like, okay, so you know how to get an astronaut back and forth in space. Like, then what? Like, there's a whole nother world of board, that on top of that.
Okay.
Yeah, tricky.
Yeah. So I mean, I thought that was,
I heard Speakeasy was pretty not too bad to learn though. I mean, people were playing at BGG.
yeah, and a lot of people said very positive things about it. Um, yeah. So, um, then the other thing, and I wanted to talk about this, and not in a way that I wanted to disparage anything, but I got an update. I back a lot of RPG stuff, right? And I just because I find the books to be interesting and they're fun to read and whatever. And there's one that I'm waiting on, and they're like and I believe there's nothing in my mind that says that like they aren't going to deliver this one. It isn't like some of theirs where like they just vanish, and you're like, what's going on exactly? But like they did this big giant like, hey, we're gonna reveal this art of this thing, and again the books are probably going to be great, but the whole thing is about like it's called Bloodmore, and it's just an over the top like crazy Ravenloft type thing for OSR stuff. Let me share my screen real quick so I can just show you. And they're like, here's our three things of art, and it's like, and art is always subjective, right? I mean, it's like who knows, if if I happen to like it and you don't, that's just the way it is, whatever. But this is the here's oh hey, we're gonna tell you exactly, and these are the three brides of the thing. And the first thing I was like, why does her face look so weird? I was just like, and this is like final art. And then I had to like look, and I was like, why are you like showing me the epiglottis and everything? And I was like, but that was fine. It was just like it looks, okay, just some like sexy vampire lady or whatever. But I also like the face just looks dumb, in my opinion. I don't know, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But that's just when I saw that, I was like, and this is probably the best of the three pictures. And the only reason I like this one is because in the mirror you can't see her. Like, and then I was like, well, why can I see her arm? But then I realized like she was
I
wearing
think that's the sleeve of her lingerie, maybe.
yeah, I think that's the sleeve, and so you can't see, you can't see the but then the thing is that like, wouldn't you see the blood on her mouth then?
Yeah,
Like
you would.
in the thing as
Yeah, the
well.
blood
So
would be there.
it's not
It's not
consistent. But
perfect.
again, I'm picking hairs. But this is the one, and again, if this is what you like, this is what you like, because I get the impression that this is kind of gonzo over the top stuff. And it's just like, tell me you like feet without telling me you like feet. I was like, why? What? Why are you making this as a picture? And like, why are you putting the foot in the foreground? Like this, who was like, what? This is what we want to do for this picture.
I
And
wouldn't I
again,
wouldn't I wouldn't back the game just out of the overt sexualization. Just not my thing.
yeah, but I
Out of
mean, why?
respect.
Why is this giant foot like right here, like in the picture? I don't get it. I just
I've never seen an illustration like that though. I mean, maybe I'm
yeah.
not reading the right fetish mags, but
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's unique or whatever, and whatever spins your crank. And I mean, but I just yeah, I don't get the mentality with that one as far as the mindset of like, yeah, that's a good picture. Let's show that as part of our preview.
Well, and what's the game like? I mean, if that's
It's just a campaign setting for like D&D. You know, it's just like they wanted to make an over the top like OSR heavy Ravenloft type Dracula type world type of thing, you know, and with, you know, just and it's fine. It's like I think it's for 5e if I remember correctly, or it might be Shadow Dark. It might be for Shadow Dark. Yeah, it's for Shadow Dark. And it's just an over the top RPG thing. And it was, you know, and I like, you know, and I just like reading that stuff. It gives me ideas to use in my own campaigns and things
what
like
kind of
that. But
guardrails are there in the OSR to stop people from doing something that's blatantly, obviously uh, porn?
nothing, nothing whatsoever. I mean, the OSR, you mean, there's nothing stopping anybody from just creating something that's just, um, yeah, this is armor class, you know, like you can use like a lot of them get by saying for use with the world's most popular RPG of all time. Like they don't mention it by name, they don't say anything, they say stuff like that.
But
You know,
OSR means that you have bought into that, though.
but OSR, it's such a, you know, old school rules revival, you know, old school revival. It encompasses so many different play sets, like whether it is, you know, Labyrinth Lord or old school essentials or you know, Osric or Shadow Dark or yeah, I mean there's one called Dragon Slayer that's out there now. I mean everybody's got an OSR rule set that they've pumped out, and they're almost all they all kind of work the same. And that's like, you know, so the weird argument is that people say, well, you don't play D&D because you play this weird rule set. And then like the argument is it's kind of like the Theseus ship thing where it's just like, you know, if you is it still D&D if you've changed all these rules and altered everything? And so D&D is like not only is it's a recognized identity or whatever, but I think now most people consider it as kind of like just a branding. Like, you know, if you're using a D20 and to determine whether or not you hit or succeed, I think everybody and it's fantasy based, I think most people just consider that. I don't know. I mean, Chad, what would you consider to be the like the tenets of an RPG system that's D&D? Like leveling, what?
Of just any of just any RPG system.
Well, no, like if you would say like if I mean if you sat down and played like I mean I'm trying to think of something, you know, like if you sat down and played Champions, the
Yeah,
superhero game, it's that's nothing like D&D. I mean, but
right.
that isn't because it's, you know, but or if you okay, let's how about this Rollmaster. If you sat down and played Rollmaster, you would say okay, this isn't D&D because you're using a D100
Yeah.
for most of the things. So if you had to say like, you know, Shadow Dark, OSC, Dragon Slayer, Labyrinth Lord, Osric,
Oh, like
all of
fantasy
those people,
RPGs.
yeah, all of those people would say, well, this is rooted in D&D. And I'm saying I think that it would probably be the way that you would describe that is you'd say, um, uh, the fact that you're using a D20 to like when you swing your sword, you're rolling a D20, you're adding whatever bonuses or negatives that you have, and then you're trying to hit a target number, and that's like kind of like the integral aspect of D&D.
Yeah, I feel like my Aunt Shirley would see us playing with percentile and assume it was D&D.
Yeah,
That
I mean, the
20.
part I would say, yeah, it's just a public connotation. You see funny dice, and you see people around a table, and people are going to think D&D regardless whether it's Cthulhu or D&D or what have you. So yeah,
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, and I'm glad that well Jeff, I'm glad both you and Jeff, you and Scott, well actually both Scotts are here because I got this wonderful email and I'm not going to share it. I'm not going to share it on the screen, but I want to read this email that I received. Um, this is from a man named John Faya or Fela,
I saw your
Failla.
post. Yeah.
Yeah.
My
No, I
thing
just
is just in 4 bits. Please send them.
he said, "Good afternoon. I have sent you a previous letter." And he called it a letter. I love that. Uh, Introducing my X's and O's strategy football game. I invented this game in 1966 when I was still 20 years old, and that was 60 years ago. There hasn't been one day in any week I haven't thought about this game as I think it's the best ever. I have moved about 5 times since then and never forgot my original game board. It's a game of strategy as well as players coming armed with a game plan, in parentheses. Now, this is where I was like, oh. In 1966, I planned to go directly to Parker Brothers to sell them the idea, but could not afford the $48 round trip airfare from Omaha on a 90 cent per hour job. I would be happy to show you this,
Crazy.
as I'm absolutely positive you'll agree it's the best game ever.
You should
John
play it.
L. Fela, Surveyor. Like,
You should have
it
him
was
set it
just,
up in tabletop events and play it, or
and I
tabletop
was just
simulator.
like, he's 80 years old. He's not going to be able to do it.
Well, he might
I
send you the
mean,
rules.
it's presumptuous
That'd
of
be
me to say
great.
that. I put it to the three of you to publish this man's game. Make a 500 copy print run
It could be a print and
of
play.
X's and
Yeah, you can
O's.
put it on
But
Game
I mean, it
Crafter.
sounds like X's and O's. It's got to be a print and play, right? Like,
Yeah,
is
I
it
only
played on a
publish
piece of
my own
paper?
stuff, so
what'd you say, Jeff?
I only publish my own stuff. So that
Oh,
a great collaborator, because if you have an idea, share it with me. I'll tell you about it. I'll work with you on it, but I don't publish anything.
He
what about
needs
you,
to learn
Scott?
about Game Crafter.
Mr. Demers, can we count on you
Yes.
for a 500 copy print run?
You cannot.
It could be a stretch goal for your next Dragon's Down expansion.
There you go.
Did
It,
you
I-
it reminds me, by the
do
way,
that?
I do have a grievance at some point.
Uh-oh.
It just no, it's I don't know. The word grievance probably carries more weight than I intend when I say it.
I read that and I want to be able to, like, I don't know. I wish I could get him in touch with, because there's absolutely no way in God's green earth Shane would ever say, "Oh yeah, let's do it." There's no way. There's no way. Not a chance. Not a chance in the world. But I do feel like I would love to talk to this guy and ask him about the game. You know,
How do you
who
find
knows?
you?
Just sent an email into our submissions.
Oh, into your
with-
into Gray Fox. It wasn't to you
Yeah.
directly.
And here's the deal. It's like, maybe it is. Maybe it's the greatest game ever. And it's just been sitting there.
It's
just
really
like
unlikely.
It's what?
It's really unlikely that it's the greatest.
Yeah.
It's really unlikely.
I
I mean,
mean,
it represents the latest in 1960s board gaming.
Yeah.
Even if he had the kernel of the best idea ever, not being tied into the whole system of knowing and learning and sharing games, it's like if you were to say, "Hey, I got this idea for an opera, but I've never played any musical instruments, and I don't go to musical things, but I've got this idea for an opera, and I'm going to make an opera," and I would say, you should probably listen to some operas and learn how to play a musical instrument. That's probably where he is. But having said that, the fact that he's an outsider could mean that he knows, he has an insight, rather than we always fall into, oh, it's a trick taking, oh, it's area control, oh, it's this, or oh, it's that. He might have the new thing.
Right. Outsider art, but is a thing, right? Like people who aren't used to music but make music themselves
Yeah.
is a thing. But the vast majority of outsider art is pretty bad.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
didn't you say something he was going to take it to Parker Brothers?
Yes.
Well, yeah, and
I
that's
mean,
just.
Parker Brothers at the time, all those games were not great, right?
I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like what I love about that email is just how distinct. Like he remembers, I couldn't afford the $48 round trip ticket to go to Parker Brothers and present the game. Because I
That's
was
an
making
amazing thing there, right there.
because I was
48
making
bucks to fly,
because I was making $48. Yeah,
80 cents an hour,
because I couldn't make it because I was getting paid 90 cents an hour.
90
And
cents
I
an hour.
love the fact that he signs his name, comma, surveyor, like to let me know the job that he did. Like
Oh, he was a
there's
surveyor.
it's just so quaint. It's just so
Yeah.
wonderfully quaint. I just love it. And I just, yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like,
Could he afford the 75 cents it would have cost to ship a prototype to Parker Brothers?
Oh, now you're being snarky.
Yeah.
He probably didn't know because it's like when you're not in the thing. It's like you're out there and you think you have the best game. I mean, you've seen it as well as anybody that they think that this is the best idea ever. They don't know the process or anything like that. So
A lot of truth there.
Did you see Scott or not Scott? I guess it's Jeff Engelstein's company printed a Kurt Vonnegut game, the GHQ,
mhm.
no, I didn't hear
where
anything
he
about
he
that.
was trying to be a game designer before he became an author. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it was before his first book. And then the first book was not successful. It wasn't until like Slaughterhouse 5 that became really successful, which was in the
Mhm.
70s.
Right.
But it's published. It's
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
I've seen it on shelves.
Yeah.
Anybody played it?
And
I
it's like
haven't.
it's like an abstract war game, right? Like it's got like
Yeah,
arrows and
yeah, it's like
dots.
World War II chess.
Yeah, it's like a World War II chess game.
Scott, are you hanging out on the internets posting pictures of your anger towards Israel?
Yeah, you saw that post? Yeah, let's not talk about it here.
It just popped up on my phone. It's like
Yeah.
bing, and I was like, oh,
Bing!
Scott's angry. Yeah. So
No, hey, let me talk about my grievance real quick.
yeah, go for your grievance.
It's a simple one that we'll all probably be able to relate to. Somebody posts an incredibly positive review of your board game, just a player, like, hey, here's what I love about this game, all these things. Insert person who has played the game, half of a game one time, who then proceeds to A, crap all over the review and say why it wasn't the game for him, but then literally respond to every single post after that with additional detail of how I'm an idiot for having designed this completely random game that has no point to it. It was pretty impressive. I was like the audacity of this person who played. He played. Well, we didn't play the whole game, and I just saw no point to anything. And so then I guess half a game and you're an expert compared to people who've played the game hundreds of times. So anyway,
Is this the
those
review
people.
from someone who did not play Magic Realm? Is that the
Yeah,
review?
and but even the person who posted the original one was a guy who was real positive, wasn't the guy who had played Magic Realm. It was just, I mean, it was kind of comical because he would post like in this guy's negative posts, he literally posted things that were just not in the game, like this mechanic, and it literally wasn't in the game. And then people would point out that it wasn't in the game, and then he would say, "Well, you're clearly misunderstanding what I'm saying." But then he wouldn't really explain it. It was pure entertainment value. But I will say that one thing I have is a really nice community where I didn't post anything about it. Obviously, I'm not going to respond to that kind of stuff. But fans of the game certainly jumped in. That's kind of fun. That's the first time I've ever had like fans of the game who get riled up or whatever.
That's great.
Yeah, I built a pretty cool community. I have like almost 700 people now on my Discord server.
Wow.
So pretty cool.
I tagged
Anyway.
your game in a post on the Board Game Geek group on Facebook last week.
I
Someone
missed
wrote,
that.
"Does anybody miss playing Magic Realm?" It was like a
I
reminiscent
saw
post.
that. I saw you post
And
that.
I
That was
said, if you want something like Magic Realm that you can buy today and play, it's I tagged board game.
Oh, awesome. Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
I don't think you're in that group because I think I tried to tag you and you weren't. It didn't come up.
The Board Game Geek group?
Group? Are you in that group?
I'm in Board Game Geek, your group, public group,
Yeah.
326,000 members.
Oh, okay. I wonder why I didn't bring your name up because I tried to tag you. Let me see
Huh.
if you want me to send you the link. I can.
Yeah, yeah, do it. I'd love to see that.
What's it in the chat?
Yeah, see if I can find it. I have to go back. Like that, it's hard to find things on Facebook.
100%.
Like
It's brutal.
I did it like a week ago, and now how do I ever find
Yeah,
it? I
a
got to go to
week.
my activity log.
How can I be
Comments.
expected to go back to what I did a week ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Well,
I
yeah.
I wish I wish that there was a good alternative to like the groups and the marketplace and stuff that people would migrate over to, so that
I think I
Oh,
found
not
it.
on Facebook?
not on Facebook. Yeah,
I don't
it,
know, man. This is like I think it's just got a stranglehold.
yeah,
It's
no,
too good. Believe
it's
me, I don't love it, but I mean we have 360,000 users. Like how is that like it's crazy.
Yeah.
How do you ever reach that many people in one little spot
yeah.
that's
Yeah, no,
direct into their
no,
feed?
it's really well, and there's not really any alternative that could be comparable right now that you know, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like I can appreciate Blue Sky over Twitter because I can have an actual chronological feed and stuff. And otherwise it's presenting effectively the same thing as Twitter is, whereas there's just like not that for
There. I put the link in the chat.
Yep. And I'm actually on it now and I see
You
your
found it?
post. Yeah, I did. And that's awesome. Thank you for doing that.
And someone seconded it.
Yeah, that Mark Vito is
But
he's been
but
posting about the game on Board Game Geek as well, and he's a
okay.
big fan. Really good guy.
So the crazy thing, like this post got 10,000, like I don't know if you can see this, I can see the insights of it. 10,000 post reach people
Hmm.
and 123 thumbs and 102 comments. Like just wild.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. If they'll all just go and check out Dragon's Down, I'll be happy.
Well, if they all went and checked out Board Game Geek, that'd be cool too.
I'm
Yeah,
checking.
yeah.
Like most people on that
Amen.
site don't even know what Board Game Geek is.
Isn't that
It
crazy?
always boggles me. I'm like, you're on a group called Board Game Geek. Like, how do you not know
Right.
what it is?
Right.
They don't know.
100%.
They live in that world.
They don't know.
These poor people.
I mean, yeah, it's it is a can of worms, though. I mean, those things.
You know what's
website.
interesting about that though, like the fact that Magic Realm and stuff. The number of I know a guy who owns like 5 copies of the game, including 3 of them that are mint in box. He hasn't played the game in 30 years, right? And doesn't even remember how to play it. And he really liked Dragon's Down, but he had some constructive feedback for me about what I should have done. And I always kind of chuckle about that. I'm like, you know, I think you kind of lost some of your credibility there, sir. But the number of people that you find that, where you bring up Magic Realm and they go, always wanted to try it.
Yeah.
But didn't.
That's me.
Yeah, it's and by the way, sometimes Scott, when I come to BGG Con, I'll set up and I will teach you Magic Realm and you will play the granddaddy of them all.
Okay.
The part that will boggle your mind about that game is, I have spreadsheets out the wazoo for the balance of Dragons Down and all that. I probably have 250 tabs in my sheet of all this ridiculous math to balance everything out. And the fact that Hamblin did the roughly equivalent work that I did without a spreadsheet in his head on paper and got it as good as he did is just, it makes my brain melt.
Yeah.
The part about that
There's
that makes
no like interview about that game. Is there anywhere with that designer?
Yeah, there's the Once in Future.
Was there a general article about it or something?
Yeah, the Once in Future. I forget. I'll track it down. It was in General Magazine.
so. The funny
So,
thing about him was that like he made that game and then people would be playing it And like literally when people would be playing it, they'd be like, I don't know how this works. And they'd have to go down the hallway and pester him at
Yes.
Avalon Hill. And it's like, could you come over here and tell us how this works here? And he'd be like, okay. And he'd come in and, oh yeah, this is how this works or whatever. And then he'd go back. And then like a half hour later, someone goes, okay, we got another one. We don't know exactly how this works. And he would just wander back there and help him with it. And yeah.
It's pretty funny. Back in the probably 15, 20 years ago when we all played through this mail serve, um, one of the guys had somehow made contact with Hamblin and protected it protected Hamblin from kind of all these people just barraging him with questions. But he was very gracious in answering questions. And it was pretty funny. These are people who had played the game for like 30, 35 years or whatever at that 30 years at that point. And we'd have these really obscure questions about how something works, or why something worked a certain way. And he would be, yeah, I agonized over that decision, from a mechanics perspective, it should have been this way, but that felt like a kludge. And, we play tested it over 3 months. And I'm like, the fact that all of this guy's brain must have been, like my brain has like the Gilligan's Island theme song in it. And unfortunately, that's preventing me from being a better board game designer. He probably has none of that. There's no extraneous information in there. I have to think, you know?
You also did Merchants of Venus, right?
He did Merchants of Venus.
Which is pretty amazing. That game is awesome.
Yeah, he did Gunslinger. Which is yeah.
So and the kind of sad thing is that when he got out of doing games, he got out kind of acrimoniously. He was kind of like all fed up with like the infighting and whatever. And then he was just gone. And then Bonacor found him, like somehow like got connected, tracked him down, started talking to him, started like saying, "Oh, it'd be really cool if like we could reprint, these games of yours, like reprint, do a new version of Magic Realm, do a new version of Merchants of Venus, and everything like that." And he was like, "Nope, the game industry sucks. Everybody sucks. I don't want to have anything to do with it." It's like, and so he just kind of worked on being a friend of his until he finally got him to say, "Okay, we'll do Merchants of Venus." And then he was like, "Cool." And then at Gen Con, Stronghold Games announced the reprint of Merchant of Venus, and there was going to be a big deal. And then as he was setting up his booth, Christian Peterson of Fantasy Flight came over and goes, "I need to talk to you." And he's like, "Why?" And he's like, "You don't own the rights to Merchant of Venus." It's like, "We own the rights to Merchant of Venus, and we're announcing it. And we have copies of it for sale here for sale here at Gen Con."
But it was like similar.
And he was just like, "So you don't?" And then so he had to go back to Richard, and Richard was like, "See, this is what fucking happens in the gaming industry. I'm out. I'm done for good.
Yep.
Never again."
So how did Christian Peterson own the rights to it?
Because they bought all the old Avalon Hill stuff, and so it was a very murky water as to whether Avalon Hill still owned it or
then what happened is Fantasy. Well, yeah, Hamblin. Whether the rights reverted to the designer or not, and so Stronghold went in with the idea that they did, but Fantasy Flight had purchased the rights from. I don't even think it was Avalon Hill. I thought it was somebody else. Yeah,
like Hasbro buy it.
Yeah, well, Hasbro bought Avalon Hill, but then Hasbro also like the big thing about Magic Realm has always been that Hasbro says, no, we don't own Magic Realm, the rights to Magic Realm. That reverted to the designer. Or at least they've, hinted at that, but it's always been a little murky. So my understanding is Fantasy Flight had actually gone to and purchased them from some entity where Hamlin wasn't involved at all. I don't know if it was Hasbro or not, but anyway.
Be curious to know that.
It was a big mess, and
I remember that.
It soured him on it.
Yeah.
And he was like, "I'm for sure done now."
Well, he's in his 80s too, like.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, what is he going to get out of it now, kind of thing, right?
He died last year.
Oh, did he?
Did.
November 30th is what it
Where did you find that?
on the internet. Uh,
Well, thanks.
assuming it's the correct Richard Hamlin, right?
Well, right. So that I would love to, if you have that link, I would love to see it because,
Is it in Wikipedia?
Hang on.
yeah, it's post it. I would know. He was in Baltimore.
Well,
That was
that sucks.
that would be sad.
Um,
He is a stub on Wikipedia.
maybe it's
Yeah.
maybe it's a different Richard Hamlin.
Yeah.
If he was in Baltimore, that doesn't match up. Other stuff seems to the Wikipedia is different. 1947 versus 1948. Or no, that's not Wikipedia. That's
So can you
Alpha.
just post? You just, yeah, because
Yeah.
I've done that before too, like obituary Richard Hamlin, and I've never found.
It may be maybe not him.
Oh, there's an obituary from Omaha.
Yeah, that's a different guy.
That's a different guy. It's
And
got
the one you're
similar
looking
face.
at is, yeah, like the Richard Hamlin you see doesn't even mention anything about
Yeah, it doesn't know
design
about
work or
games.
anything. So,
Yeah.
and that's not him in the photo.
No,
The last video I saw of him, he actually went to some small game con probably 8, 9 years ago. He was in his early 80s, I think, or late 70s at that point. And and there's this interview of him in a hallway. It's really hard to hear him, but it's like some magic realm nut is just like having an orgasm while talking to him. It's really a cool interview. You just can't make out so much because there's so much background noise, and of course he's elderly and he's talking. You know, I would love nothing more than to find out where he is and send him a copy of Dragons Down, even if it's just for his family. Because I got to tell you, this man saved my life when I was a kid. Like it literally saved my life, my soul, my mental health to have Magic Realm, and I have been in awe of what this man created for my entire life. I learned it when I was 10 years old. I distinctly remember crying. It was a difficult game to learn, but I owe this man a debt that I could never repay. My hope is my simple hope is I hope someday somebody else thinks about me in the same way, right? That's
I'm
why I
sorry,
designed
I
Dragon's
wasn't paying
Down.
attention.
Yeah, got a little too deep there for a moment, didn't I?
No, no. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I often wonder, like, like if I hadn't discovered D&D in like 78 or 79, like what path my life would have taken. It just became that was like the thing, and to this day, still playing D&D. Looking
I think
forward
I
to
found a
playing it
website that I
Saturday.
found back when I was looking for stuff in the 90s about that game. It's still up.
About what game? Sorry.
Magic Realm.
Is
Oh,
it the one
I
with
just
the
it's
horrible green background?
the Nand. It's called Nand.it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I think I remember that website from like late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, no,
No,
I
Looking for
just
Magic
clicked through
Realm.
that thing to that
Yeah, that's what
artifact
I was just like, is there anything here?
artifact.
well,
I found the article that you were talking about, Scott.
somebody posted it.
I posted it in the chat.
Oh, okay, cool.
So all the generals are on archive.org.
Yep. Yep.
That magazine was amazing.
It was
It's
so
so dense. It's like
yes.
crazy.
I have all of them in physical copy in storage, and because I used to just religiously read through those, right? And then Magic Realm, tried to sue the video game Civilization, Sid Meier's Civilization, because they claimed they own the rights to the title because of their game Civilization, and they got horribly outmaneuvered that because Civilization was a reprint by Avalon Hill, and the rights expired, and this other, whatever, what Activision or whoever it was bought the rights from the prior company, and then forced Avalon Hill all the costs and whatnot of the legal fight that Avalon Hill got into just ran the company into the ground. I actually went to the Avalon Hill headquarters in the 90s. I pitched them on a game that they accepted, but never did. And it was great. I had this vision of Avalon Hill being, from my childhood as being this like massive facility or whatever. And like the guy gives me the directions. He goes, "You're driving down such and such a road, and you'll come to a gas station on the left. You'll turn into the gravel driveway between the gas station and the used car dealership." And sure enough, and then you drive down, and then you drive into Monarch Printing because it was Monarch Avalon was the parent company, and so I drive into this gravel, and I go into what is in essence a large commercial print shop, and they just have printers running, printing out games, Third Reich maps, all this stuff. And I walked down, and they had cubicles, but the cubicles were made from like shitty old, like must have bought them secondhand. The walls you had in shitty office buildings, and boxes just piled up of shit. And then you go and you sit and meet with the guys, and you could hear the guys over the wall. And but it was so cool. And I met quite a few of the people that are our counters and squad leader, right? The designers that were there. I don't remember all the names, but it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool to do. I'm glad I did it. Anyway.
No.
So if you go to nan.it, /MR, right, there's a designer comments, and that's the kind of the email archive of this Steve McKnight and all the conversations he had over email with, with Hamblin. It's pretty cool to read. I mean, it's a bit of a slog, but because that Woods background is a bit brutal.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Pretty
Like,
rough.
people said BGG looks bad. It's a 90s website or an 80s website. People, like, you know, the internet was not around in the 80s.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Anyway,
That's what.
Don't bother us with technicalities.
That's what you
what
should
was it?
do.
Tripod.com. Remember that whole
Yes.
website thing?
You should like for April Fools or something, just 90s
But
BGG. Like
yeah, that's an
have-
interesting
have-
idea. I mean, there's
have some
the thing is BGG
auto-playing
is so
music
complicated now. It's hard to just do that
and
kind of
glitter.
stuff. We used to do those fun things back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Do you guys remember Geekstarter?
Yes, I do.
Wrote that in a week. Kickstarter clone. Like, I would say it was like 75% functional.
Right.
Like it was like I was like, I think I can do it. I did it. That was fun. I wish I had all that archived somewhere.
Right.
It's
gone.
just disappeared.
By the way, if you're watching this and you like BoardGameGeek.com, you should go and support
Yeah, we
them
just
by
started
giving-
our annual sport drive. We're
I
off to
was
a
like,
rousing start.
I gotta go do my support, and then I realized, oh, I did it like January's 5th.
Yeah, you got to do it the
Oh, you
first
already
week of
did it?
January to get the badge.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are already on it.
Yeah. I mean,
By the
it was
way,
just like,
and I'm
oh,
not trying to brag. This is like just this year. I was looking at analytics the other day, and I was noticing like, okay, there's 20,000 simultaneous users on BGG, right? The stats this year, and I hope it's real because I have this like stinking feeling it's not. Our traffic is up 50% from last year. 8 million user, 8
That's because
million
people want to
unique-
talk about Vampire Survivors.
mhm.
maybe. But I'm just like, is this the internet now? Is it all bots? Like, because
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Yeah, what
50% traffic increase.
do they do?
But they have real engagement.
Yeah, not just ice scrapers in their hand. Just being
Doesn't
like,
seem like it.
How can we drive them to Dragons Down? That's all I care about.
I mean, people are finding their way, but I mean, it
But,
just kind of
yeah.
surprised me. I'm like, I hope this is real,
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
not a false sense of security that just makes my internet bill go higher.
Right.
But can you leak any thoughts about what the 26 badge is going to look like? What color?
Plaid.
You lie.
It is
What?
let's say it's an absence of color.
Oh, okay.
It is not. It's a color we have not done before. It's not black or white, but it's a different color like that.
Hey, have any of you guys played the old King's Crown?
Yes, several times.
Oh,
I'm on
yeah.
like 6 plays now.
And I mean, obviously,
I
you
love
like it. I want to play it. I want to.
I don't think it's for everybody though.
Yeah,
Have
because
we talked about it here?
I don't. I've seen so much about it, and then because I subscribed to it, and I was really intrigued. What kind of turned me off a little bit was, because I almost exclusively play at 4 players. was it gets really random, is what people said. And I don't know if that's true or not, because like people said that about Dude Imperium, and that was a hit, right? So with my group. So
It is got a little bit of a randomness because you're basically playing cards face down into 3 different battle zones.
yep,
So if you play a normal game, it's 5 turns,
yep,
3 battles a turn. So 15 battles total.
yep,
All the cards get played face down.
yep.
Like, and you got these cards ranging from like 0 to 12, 13, 14,
Yeah,
15.
but then they got special
And they
powers.
all have special powers. They all have like all the assassins have a counter,
Yep,
and then all the kings can't be killed.
yep.
Um, and except they sometimes they can be. But it kind of reminds me of like Citadels a little bit.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I mean, you're like,
Like
I pull the
advanced.
assassin and I assassinate the king. Oh well, nobody took the king this turn. It's that kind. It's not exactly that, but you're basically playing your cards face down, and there's a lot of tactical movement there in the game. Also, I don't know. I find it really fun. Now, 100%, like you can play really well and just get destroyed in the battles and just never get any points.
Is this King's
And you,
Crown or the old King's
old
Crown?
King's Crown, old King's Crown, and the teach is a little bit steep. Like your character has everybody has the same 12 cards. So once you learn those 12 cards, you're like, okay, I got it. But they got a learning curve on them. And every character, every race or tribe or whatever they are, has 5 unique game powers. About 4 once per game powers and once that you can activate, like an activatable power that you can use if you have a specific thing in your inventory. And then there's all these things called kingdom cards that go into your tableau that give you super duper powers. So it's got a bit of a I mean, it's really cool. Like I find it really fascinating as a game.
Yep, yep.
And I
I
don't
feel like
even
it's
really like conflict games. Like
right.
I didn't like Root and I didn't like Arcs.
See, I think I want to try it versus buy it. That's the bottom
Yeah,
line. And I
that's the
just don't
problem
know
is
who
it's hard
owns
to
it.
find.
Yep. Is
Yeah, pay $500 if you want to get a copy.
that what it is?
What?
Go
And
look.
it's 259
Believe me, I
on
thought about selling mine.
What do they only print like 5 copies or something?
140 on
No,
eBay.
he he well, are you sure?
$90 in Gamers Guild AZ.
Wait, who's got the 140?
eBay, 2 listings.
That'd
That
be a
can't
little
possibly be
higher.
right. I mean, unless somebody flooded the market with them. Last I looked, they were all $500, but
Right.
it could be if it's an open bid, then that might be
Right. Because you're not going
there.
to actually get it for that.
eBay,
Yeah.
nobody ever bids on anything anymore.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's also Erie Idle Games, Seal Euros, 139 or best offer. That seems like a good deal if you can get it ordered. It's in Rome.
Well, that's
I mean, I guess that's fine if you get the shipping. Yeah, $600 from Cape Fear Games. That's an all-in with the expansion.
Right.
There's one for 264, which is pounds, so 199 pounds, so you have to ship it from UK. Anyway.
I'll just bring it
I
back
mean,
next time I'm
I
over
think the
there.
game is cool. And I don't like I said, I don't like the conflict games. I really don't. But this game, I don't mind it. Like all you're doing is conflict. It doesn't matter. You're not trying to build up anything. You just play the card and you win the battle or you don't win the battle.
Right.
And then, it has like a cool mechanism where whoever's in first goes first. Or so whoever has most points goes first. So there's a part of the game where you get to sort of decide where you want to focus your attack and
Yep.
you can then go after that player. Like if you win a battle against that player, you can steal their points.
Yep.
So, but
Yeah, it's cool.
all the
I
little
want to play it.
thingy bobbers and levers and knobs are super fun. Like it's just like,
Yeah.
wow, it's cool.
I don't like all this talk about the great library. I would have zero interest in that game because the super heavy Euros that have 1,200 different ways to score points are just so monotonous and dull to me. But something like this, I think, would be my jam.
Yeah, it's 15 battles. You only score 1 or 2 points per battle. There's another way to get points that's tacked on. And
Right.
it's a deck builder of sorts. Like you get everybody's deck of 12 is identical to start.
Yep.
All the extra cards you can buy and stick in your deck are unique.
Right.
Although
Yep.
not 100% unique. Everybody can get a 12 card that is the same, but
Right.
all the other cards are unique. Which kind of, and they're all the powers are so diverse. Like it's really asymmetric. Anyway, I do
Yep.
recommend it,
I've been
but it's
playing.
not for
I
everybody.
recommend.
But I don't think it's for everybody.
Yeah, we've been playing a crap ton of Take Time. That
I'm
game.
jealous. I want to finish
Yeah.
that game.
Yeah. So we got to level 8 yesterday, and oh my god.
So you're on. There's 40 puzzles in that game, right?
Yeah, there's 40. There's 40.
So you're at 32.
Yeah.
That's good. You can't beat it.
Oh, we just started it. We did like the first map, and of course we're playing it 3 players. Because playing it 2 players, I would not advocate for. I
So
don't
it's
like.
not good.
No, it's like you deal 4 cards out, and then you deal 2 cards out, and when you play 2 cards, you pick the other 2 cards up. So
So
you
you get
never.
delayed cards.
Yeah, so you can't make really good educated decisions.
Yeah.
But
I like it 3 and 4. That was fine.
yeah. Like, do you want to know the spoiler for level 8?
Sure. I won't remember.
One of the board spaces, the clock itself starts turning.
Really?
Yeah. So it's like you
How
have
does
it.
that work?
You'll play a card in a spot, and they'll say rotate it clockwise, or the space will say rotate the clock counterclockwise.
Oh, that's mind bending.
Yeah, it was like goofy.
But how are the other 7 levels? Like, are they all good?
They're pretty good. They're pretty good. I mean,
it's actually 30 levels.
There's little
There's
things,
4
there's
there's
little
4
things in there
puzzles
that
per
are
level.
good, but just level 8 was like, oh gosh. They
I
all
used-
have challenge. They all have challenge to them, but level 8 is just takes it to another level. It's
Did
like,
you get to use the sleeve of regret?
we have not yet.
So if you get a puzzle in that game you can't solve, you put it in the sleeve of regret.
Yeah. When you choose not to do it and you just want to go to the next level, we just full force it. We just go until we get it.
Didn't I play with you, Lance, and we could not beat the one where there was
Yes.
one we just got stuck? And then I
We
played
did
it with
it. We did it
group,
like
and we
6
beat it in
times, and we were
one.
just like,
Yeah, we got 6 times with like the max bonuses, everything like all the face-up cards in the world, and we still couldn't do it.
We haven't gotten any extra tokens, so
Okay, so it's all self-contained, just the cardboard that comes in the box.
yep. We plan
It's cool.
we're on level 13 of our Oathsworn campaign. We're hoping to get that done after Christmas before I have to leave. So
How's that holding up?
it actually is pretty good. We're using the app for using the one of the Elder Marmont guy. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, the Elder Marmont guy, the guy that was in the Black what was it, the Black Watch or whatever, the guys that were up north. The Elder Marmont is the narrator for that one, and
He's great.
yeah, he's great. And there's the storyline is very, very good for it. I like it. I like it a lot. It has been very good. And over Black Friday there was a lot of sales, so ended up picking up either in person or online. I finished out my Eldritch Horror collection.
Nice.
So yeah, bought all those. Draw Steel had a sale, so I ordered a bunch of books there. Got a copy of Spinal Tap from the Criterion collection because those are half off.
Do you have a DVD player?
We put it in a PlayStation.
Okay. I think that would be the only way I could play a movie these days.
Yeah. That's how we do it. It's because they'll play Blu-rays, and we'll basically, like in November and July, all Criterion films are usually 50% off, and if you have a Barnes and Noble card, it's an extra 10. So we because Doris has never seen Spinal Tap, so we picked that up.
We've actually been kind of building up our DVDs lately because we got annoyed when stuff's not available.
Mm-hmm.
And
don't tell me that. I stopped collecting years ago.
And Well, and it's really easy. Like you go to a yard sale and you're like, is this something that I would watch more than once? And it's $1, right? Like
Yeah,
so
that's true.
and you get like box sets, like seasons of things for $5. And half price books. You're in Texas. You get half price books. You can get seasons of stuff for like $8 or $10.
That's
And
cool.
Speaking of that, though, there I do have a minor grievance with half price books right now because we went over there, and I was looking. I always look for two things. I want the Miami Vice collection, and I
Miami
want
Vice.
yeah, I want to go back and watch like the old Michael Mann.
Rocket tubs.
Yeah, and they never have them. And then I want to watch like all the old uh, original Star Trek shows. And they had a Blu-ray box set or Blu-ray set of all the old Star Trek, and they wanted $160. I was like, "What? No,
Hmm.
absolutely not."
That's not doesn't sound half price.
Yeah, it does not.
Do you remember buy.com?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Wasn't remember there was like cheap DVDs and everything, man? I got scammed on buy.com.
Like, and then overstock.com was like, there was buy Overstock and Amazon when all three of them were just trying to get your money,
Isn't it
and
crazy how there was so many things back in the day and now there's one?
yeah,
What was
and
that one
then
site that used to sell like all the like really really cheap board, like the $4 board games, like you would get?
Board Game Geek.
Panga?
Was it Tanga?
Yeah,
Tenga
yeah,
used to have deals.
Panga trash.
Yeah.
um,
Yeah,
my
he was
wedding ring,
selling.
my wedding ring came from overstock.com.
There
Be
were
careful.
that many
Don't
people.
shear your finger off with that thing.
Hmm.
It's titanium, right? Or
Tungsten.
tungsten. That's what I was trying to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mine's titanium.
that's got that shearing, scary stuff. Don't look it up.
Oh no, I've read about it.
Yeah, I know.
So I used to so you guys know my career was spent in software. So I used to go to Salt Lake City, and I would go see overstock.com, and I would go see the Mormon church. So I spent more time on Temple Square than most Mormons have. But what was always hysterical to me is you go to a meeting with the Mormons, and you'd have there was a dress code that you had to follow, and then every meeting began with prayer, for guidance and all that kind of thing. And then I would go to Overstock, and the contact I had at Overstock was one of the most foul-mouthed people I'd ever met. In one sentence, he used the F word 3 times in a 5-word sentence one time. And I always made sure I went to the Mormon church first,
Right.
then I would go to Overstock, and not the other way around, because you might slip, right? So every time I hear Overstock, I think of those guys. Anyway,
Was that a Utah-based company?
yeah, Overstock's headquarters was in like Southwest Salt Lake City. I forget the exact city, but it was like half an hour from the ski slopes.
I don't think I ever bought anything from Overstock.
I remember I get cheap books. Remember I got like an $8 copy of Munchkin from there. It
From
was
Overstock.
yeah, from Overstock, yeah.
Well, Overstock, they bought Bed Bath and Beyond or whatever and they've now basically become an online retailer version of Bed Bath and Beyond or something like that. Anyway,
The
Do you got your internet listicle, Lance?
Oh, sorry. I should probably pull that up, right?
You got one for us?
The other thing was I was like when I was thinking about Christmas, I was like I was going to ask for Christmas. I was going to ask for the Wes Anderson Criterion Collection 10, and I was just like, man,
You
Yeah.
should do it.
I was just it's one of, no, I was like it's $300. And depending on where you buy it, it's between $300 to $500 depending upon where you get it. And it's just kind of like
Is it
but I
complete?
Yeah.
and it's not every single one of his movies either. It's
Oh,
like
it doesn't have them all.
it's just 10 movies over 25 years. I mean, it's like it's one of those things where it's like
It's $250 right now on Amazon.
I don't know
yeah.
why. I don't
Yeah,
know
but
why
if you
you'd
got it
want.
in November, see, it would have been like 100 and something.
Yes, we all know Scott doesn't like Wes Anderson movies.
What? I was just wondering why you'd want all the collection of movies from a second-rate director.
Yeah, I know.
Bottle Rocket, Rushmore,
I-
Royal Tenenbaum, Life
Yeah.
Aquatic, Darjeeling, Fantastic Mr. Fox, Moonrise Kingdom, Grand Budapest, Isle of Dogs, French Dispatch. So it's missing the two latest ones.
I think
Overrated.
Wes Anderson's
Does
great.
it not have that? I watched the one. It was like a little short Wes Anderson film where it was like about like a kid, and it was like a little vignette series or whatever.
That's on Netflix.
Yeah, I watched that. That was pretty neat. Is
That is
that
good.
not?
Yeah, it's where it's the guy who could see through cards or whatever. The
Yeah,
gambler.
something like. There's like a
Yeah.
scene in the cornfield or something.
Yeah, it's
You're
fun.
thinking of Signs. That was by M.
Sides.
Night Shyamalan.
Shyamalan.
Yes, yeah. That is the only movie in a cornfield.
That movie wasn't very
Exactly.
good, by
Thank
the
you,
way.
Scott.
You're right.
Thank you for correcting me on movies in cornfield for 100.
It's so crazy. M. Night Shyamalan had a banger first movie, like
Yep.
crushed, and then has he had
Unbreakable was good.
Unbreakable is not bad.
I like most of Shyamalan stuff actually.
Oh, do you? Okay.
I do.
I won't dog it too much.
I appreciate because like I think people got too caught up in there being a twist or not in stuff, and I think if you don't get
What a twist!
But there was a
stuck-
twist in what was that one with where they're in the forest?
They're in the forest,
Village.
and I
The
guessed
Village.
that one.
Village.
And I guessed that one.
I mean, I think that's
in.
a story that's well known.
Yeah, and it was just one of those things where I was like, I'm thinking it's this. We're waiting in line to go see the movie, and I was like, I think it's this. I think
Yep.
that's what the twist is going to be. And
And
then
what
I
was that
watched
one
it.
with was it the girl in the water or something like that?
Yeah, with the pool.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
I wasn't big on Girl in the Water, but most of his stuff I'm pretty. I also wasn't big on the his Avatar movie, but most of his stuff I think does a good job of storytelling and building the characters and cinematography and stuff, and so
well, all I know is if I was going to be killed by the liquid form of H2O, I would invade a planet that
Yes.
was covered in 2/3 of that substance, because that
Yes, that's
seems
silly.
like it's and
Lady in the
and
water, not girl in the water.
and all life, like pretty much all life, like is partly that particular substance as well. I think
Yes.
that's what I would do.
Is The
if I-
Watchers any good? Did you see The Watchers?
I haven't seen The Watchers.
It's 2024. That's what I was wondering.
I've not seen that.
I really liked Unbreakable. I liked the idea of it. You know.
Unbreakable was really good. I actually I liked Signs, and again to me Signs was like the twist, the monster was not the important thing. Same with The Village, right? The monster wasn't the important thing. The cool part was the characters and the build up.
Yep. Agreed.
Well, what I remember from
The thing about the Village
that
that bothered me is that, like, they just, admittedly, he realized at some point, wait a minute, you'd see planes fly overhead, and it's just like, and so they had to like throw in this like basically
Right.
like explanation. Oh, they paid money so you can't violate the airspace. And I'm like, no, they don't have that kind of money. They don't have the like ridiculously, and the fact that at night you'd see satellites go overhead and like all kinds of things. So
Well,
I
you
mean,
can't
there's
do
more
that.
to it.
Yeah, that movie would have more problems though.
Yeah.
I mean, Split was pretty good. I thought that was awesome, especially with the cameo at the end. That was awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
And Glass was not
And then
good.
no,
Right
that
to
was horrible.
Glass.
No,
Yeah, you're like, oh,
Glass
this is
ruined
so
it, but-
going to be so good. No,
Well, that's gonna be so good, and then I'm gonna just take a shit in the middle of the bed.
yeah, I
that
think it's
was
just the
what
wrong
that-
story.
Yeah, I mean, it was just
Probably could have
yeah.
done something better with that.
So, all right, here is Rolling Stone's top 100 greatest sitcoms of
Oh,
all time. These are the
Oh,
top
man.
100 greatest sitcoms of all time.
Here we go.
And when I found this right off the bat, they screwed up because this should be way farther up on the list.
then 100.
At number 100, we have Schitt's Creek, which if
Never.
you
I haven't
watch
seen it.
Schitt's
Never
if
seen-
you watch Schitt's Creek, that is barrel like hold my side laughing at Eugene Levy is just and the fact that the characters grow and change and it starts off with the classic fish out of water situation. Rich family has to go to the town where everybody is a backwoods hick. But then slowly but surely, like they kind of grow and become better people, and then it just becomes about a family, like learning how to love each other and be a good family and get along with them.
Is it like Arrested Development type funny, or is it more just slapstick?
Yeah, it's partially. I'd say partially, but I mean, yeah, I mean, Schitt's Creek is just amazing. I mean, it's so good and
Are we
everything.
actually
And
thinking we're gonna name off all 100 at this rate?
well, some of these we won't know anything about, so we'll skip right by them.
Yeah, it'll be like
Number
Let's like go to the
1943.
next
Duck
one.
goes
Keep
to
it
the
going. Let's keep it
zoo.
going.
Yeah,
I don't know
number
Schitt's Creek. I've not seen it.
I'm gonna check out at this point. If I don't see you next week, Lance, happy birthday.
thank you, Jeff.
Aldi, go Cowboys.
That's right. They're
All
gonna
right.
let me down, so I know I'm only like half interested.
I
I'm gonna
know.
watch it, of course, but
All right. Thanks,
How
guys.
about them
Later,
Cowboys?
Jeff.
I mean, they won 3 in a row
Yeah,
Yeah.
they won 3 in a row.
and
Adios, Jeff.
defeated 2 prior Super Bowl champions. I mean, what else do you want?
Yeah. Well, maybe for them to win a game in January or two.
Yeah, I'll take it.
All
You
right.
know that part.
Oh,
I'm sure they'll break my heart.
we never talked about how bad the Vikings are, but I mean, the Vikings are so bad.
It's okay.
What do you want
They're
to talk
so
about
bad.
I don't want
Because
to. I
it's
don't
just
know why he wants to.
it's train wreck.
That
I'll say this: Caleb and I sat
quarterback
down to watch
tossing the ball behind his back.
Max
That's
Brosmer,
so
and just
great. Like that's
uh,
gonna
for the
haunt him
longest.
forever.
So there's a YouTube channel. Actually, it's a radio show, but there's called Score North, and they talk about Vikings and just Minnesota-based sports. But they take their best bits and they put it on YouTube on the Score North. And for the longest time, it started off with a like a dog in the street that J.J. McCarthy said after he won that game. That was like their soundbite they played. And they after the Max Brosmer game, they changed it to the guy's call of like it's like gonna be sacked, heaves it up. Oh no! For Max Brosmer like just threw it. Did you see that? I think I said it to you, Aldi, that it was the worst stat line. It hadn't been replicated since 1950, and I forget what the guy's name was. Of the like 4 interceptions, 130 yards. And it hadn't been replicated since 1950 by a quarterback who took time off from the NFL to go fight in World War II, lost an eye, and then came back and played a game in 1950. And he had the exact same stat
That's the same
line.
stat line.
Same stat line.
Who do you guys play this weekend?
The
Commanders.
the commies.
That could be a good
Playing
game.
the commies. Well, I hope we lose.
Didn't they almost beat Seattle or whatever?
They almost beat Denver.
That's
I give it to them, man. They went for the 2-point conversion. They were like, "We're going to win this. We're not tying."
And they also deferred the kickoff.
Yeah,
and the
that was
overtime.
super
I'm like,
weird.
what? I don't understand that.
Well, because if you score a touchdown, you still get a chance to score a touchdown. The attitude is if you defer, like the whole idea was that you always took the kickoff because if you score a touchdown, you win.
Yeah.
But now they changed the rules where if that first team scores a touchdown, you get one shot to score a touchdown. And a lot of the analytics guys say you hold them
and then get a field goal.
And then you get to have a shot. So if you hold them, you get to take a shot at it. And it's better because it's kind of like the pass or play in you get basically 2 chances. If you hold them, you kick a field goal, you win. You're like so.
Sure.
So you just got to hold them. And then the other thing is that you're always going for it on 4th down. They score a touchdown, you're always going for it.
Sure.
I mean, you're so you get 4 downs to get 10 yards. So it puts a lot of pressure on the defense. I love the fact that they defer. I was like, that's amazing. So
I think the ref was like, what?
Yeah. Because he said you're defending.
Yeah, he goes,
so
yeah, we're gonna kick it that way. Like, huh? Okay.
Oh yeah, he didn't believe it either. So yeah,
they were making fun of it on the newscasters or whatever. So
yeah. Number 99, Frank's Place, CBS, 1987 to 88.
Never saw it.
Yeah, it was the most hard to find show on this list is what they call it.
Frank's Place? Never heard of it.
Muddy VHS transfers of a couple episodes are on YouTube. The warm-hearted gem reunited WKRP creator Hugh Wilson with one of the show stars, Tim Reed, who played Venus Flytrap, for a serio-comic trip to New Orleans. He played a professor who inherits the family restaurant and travels home with the goal of selling it and leaving quickly, only to fall victim to a voodoo curse that forces him to stick around and run the
What?
Number 98, Dairy Girls, 2018 to present, on Netflix, against the backdrop of the troubles in 1990s Northern Ireland. Headstrong Erin, her kooky cousin Orla, uptight Claire, and party girl Michelle, plus her cousin James, stumble through teenage antics.
If
Never
you
seen.
have y'all seen the In-Betweeners?
No.
No? Oh, okay. So In-Betweeners is really good. Dairy Girls is a very similar kind of humor. I do highly recommend In-Betweeners, and Dairy Girls is good after that.
All right, fair enough. Number 97, the original Night Court, which Night Court should be higher in this list in my opinion.
It should.
It's fun.
John Larroquette made that show. He made that show hilarious. After he won like best supporting actor in a comedy series like 4 times in a row, he told them take my name off the list. Like because he just won it over and over and over again.
He was tired of winning.
Well, he just basically said it's not fair, let somebody else win, kind of thing. But yeah, great stuff. Number 96, Bluey, which I've often represented that I think Bluey is one of the most amazing shows ever. You could watch it. I watch it all the time. It makes me cry. It absolutely does. Like it hits, but I don't consider it a
Comedy.
sitcom. But whatever.
It's a good child's cartoon, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, but man, it chokes you up.
Hits
as an
hard.
adult. Number 95, Baskets, FX, 2016 to 2019. Starring Zach Galifianakis. I don't remember this.
Oh, I
but
think I remember
Louis
this show.
Anderson played Christine Baskets. Like yeah. So I don't remember it. Never saw it. Whatever. Insecure, HBO, 2016 to present. The trials and tribulations of Issa Rae's neurotic alter ego Issa D have been studying the messy realities of being young, single, and perpetually lost. Never heard of it. It doesn't mean it isn't good. This one I can't agree with at all. Number 93, Big Mouth on Netflix. I have tried to watch that. I've had several people say it's a good show. I've tried to watch it. It is horrible. It's not fun. It's not funny.
8 seasons.
It's just annoying. Whenever I watched it, it's just annoying. So I could be wrong, but not for me. Number 92.
Nick Kroll is pretty funny though. I wonder why it's not that funny for you.
I'm so what you say, Scott? I'm so thankful I've never heard of these shows.
Oh, you guys know I'm not a big TV guy, and I'm so thankful that most of these I have no idea who that is, and I'm not missing anything.
I mean, I love Night Court, so
yeah.
I saw
Number
Night Court.
92, Daria on MTV.
Oh God, that's an old one. Yeah,
97 to 2002.
Never watched it.
That.
Daria was it was an offshoot of Beavis and Butthead, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I believe it was.
Diarrhea, cha cha cha. Diarrhea, cha cha cha.
Never saw it.
Daria is
all I remember from the Beavis and Butthead.
It's a good example of something you should get the DVD of, because if you watch the streaming version of it, all the music in it, all the MTV music of it is not licensed. And so
they did the WKRP thing.
And that was like one of the longest problems of all time for what's the one with Winnie and
Wonder Years.
Wonder Years. They couldn't get it into streaming for the longest time because they didn't have rights for all the music, because it was all like like that
period music. Yeah.
Buffalo Bill, 1983 to 1984, starring
What?
Dabney Coleman in
Oh,
91
so
and
this was
Gina
Silence of the
Davis.
Lambs Buffalo Bill.
No,
Because that's the Last Ride.
Not that one.
sorry, Dabney Coleman and a young Gina Davis.
Yep.
Never heard of it.
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, that was the first. It
Uh,
was the first TV show where they had where the main character was just a total heel and not likable, and they think that's why it failed because we weren't ready for kind of this where
It was like The
Seinfeld.
Office. It was a precursor to The Office.
Yeah, kind of like that. He was just kind of a jerk. And
Yeah.
I remember I was a kid. I was 15, 18, something like that in that range. So
a quick-tempered hypocrite, nightmare of a boss, a selfish bastard, and a womanizing sexist pig. Number 90, and this should be like at number 1000. The Big Bang Theory.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like it.
Ugh.
I like it because it's a fond memories from my son. So
My father thought it was just the funniest show of all time, and I was like, Dad,
Yeah.
please, no. That is a quintessential one of those things. It is the show that had the joke of the one person comes in the room and says, "I was just outside, and there was this guy selling all of this like this huckster outside selling all of this stuff, and what kind of idiot would buy that?" And then the idiot on the show walks in with boxes of stuff, and they're like, "Look what I got for cheap," you know.
Yeah.
And you're just like, yeah.
12
Number
seasons of
80.
success there, though.
Yeah. Well, I know it definitely made money. Number 89, A Different World, the spinoff for the
That was pretty good.
Cogs.
It was okay. Had
I
Marissa
watched like the
Tomei.
first
Can't go
season of
wrong with
it.
that.
Then I
They
fell off
stayed
it.
in college a long time, from
Did they?
87 to 93. So
Six seasons.
yeah. Number 88, Party Down, which was on Stars.
Party
Party
Down.
Down.
It is decent, I would say.
Oh, those are those guys that they're caterers, right?
Yes.
Okay. I've only ever
Now,
seen
Scott,
one part of an episode. Like I got that caterers thing.
this was a great show, and I loved it. I didn't get it all the time, but what I did get, I thought was hilarious. It was ABC 1977, 1981 Soap. In 87 with
Do,
Billy
do,
Never
Crystal.
watched it.
do, 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 do. I remember that when I was a young kid. As
Yeah.
that's where they got Benson from.
Yep.
yep.
And the whole thing about that was is like they did um well, first of all, I mean that it was the first openly gay character. Billy Crystal's character was just like it was openly gay, and it was like completely, of course, like what. um but anyway, yeah, no, it was but I liked how like they had a they had they always had a cliffhanger thing at the end where it was like,
Yep.
oh, what's gonna happen, that kind of thing. Number 86 from 93 to 1998, that would be Living Single, starring Queen Latifah.
Never really watched that one.
Never saw it.
It was after my time.
So
I
I think
I love how Andy's watched all of this stuff.
Yeah. So I think the most interesting thing about that is that if you watch some videos of actors talking about that show, it was like the blueprint for Friends, except
Oh,
except you know,
fair enough.
not all white.
A quartet of friends navigating life in the big city.
Kim Coles was in that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Number 85, The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show on CBS from 1950 to 1958.
Never saw it.
I was probably the only one who a lot. No, I'm just kidding.
Say goodnight, Gracie. Good night, Gracie. Number 84, Modern Family, 2009 to 2020. I
I watched a fair
watched
amount of that.
I watched a fair amount of it too. I mean, obviously, Ed O'Neill, from what I've heard, he's kind of a tool, in
I've
real
heard
life. So that kind of makes me sad because I really liked him in a few things, and I liked him in this. But yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? But I mean, the few episodes I saw, I thought they were good. Number 83. My wife really, really liked this. I couldn't stand it. I don't know why it didn't hit for me. It just didn't. Letterkenny at number 83.
What is it?
Letterkenny's good.
Letterkenny.
I've heard some
Yeah.
friends talk about it being good. I couldn't get into it.
I just the way they
12
present
seasons.
these. Yeah, I mean, and it's just like it's one of those things where it's just like I don't know. When like your main character never loses, like nothing bad ever happens to them, it just gets old. You know, like when you see action heroes that never get hurt, it like steals from the show. But like you see Die Hard and John McClane gets, 9 shades of shit beaten out of him. It makes it more, understandable. Anyway, and that's like weird problem with Letterkenny. Um, uh, Number 82. I have watched exactly one episode of this ever. How I Met Your Mother. When somebody was like, "You got to watch this. This is great."
I watched
And
first season.
I watched one episode and I was like, "This isn't funny at all. I don't know why anybody likes this."
Pretty funny
I
for
don't
me.
know.
Anyway. It was pretty funny for me.
Maybe the one and then somebody said, "Well, the one episode you watched was really bad." They even said, "Oh, it was a bad episode of that you watched." I was like, "Well, then I guess that's just the universe telling me that if every single episode of this is amazing, but I happen to watch the one bad one." Um,
Oh, you can watch it on the Hulu. They've got it all on the Hulu.
Sure can. Number
9
81, Will and
seasons.
Grace. Will and Grace. This was um,
Never saw it.
2017, 1990, well, 98 to 2006. Then it came back for 4 years from 2017 to 2020. So I remember my wife owned all the DVDs of that when we started going out. She unpacked them, and like when we moved in together, she had all the DVDs for that. Now this one deserves to be way higher on the list. At number 80, Sanford and Son. Oh
Yeah.
man. Uh Buenos dias, Mr. Sanford, and beans and diseases to you too. Just Dad, you didn't take better care of yourself. Heart disease is the #1 killer of black men in America. Heart disease? I thought it was the cops.
It's funny that you can remember those lines. I don't remember anything from it. I'm sure my stepfather watched a lot of it, but I never watched.
And about the Champagne and Ripple was Shampipple.
It says here in one scene where Fred is reporting a robbery, the cop asks if the perps were colored. Fox rears his head back and cocks an eyebrow. He said, "Yeah, they were white." Yeah. No. It says here Red Fox could read the phone book and it'd still make for one of the best sitcoms of all time. Yeah.
Was that a spin-off show, Sanford and Son?
It was a take off a British show called
What was it?
Steptoe and Stun.
Number 79, WKRP in Cincinnati. Fantastic.
That should be higher.
Yeah, it should be higher. Fantastic stuff. Every single character in that show like had a moment to shine, and it was just so good. And then also like it didn't just go for the laughs. It had like heart as well.
And that's one you have to try and find really old copies of it because of the music rights.
There's a guy on YouTube. There's a guy that has uploaded almost the entire thing. You can just and he set a playlist, and I'll just sit there and have that on the background while I work.
There's like a bunch of like Pink Floyd jokes, and they'll play like supposed to be a Pink Floyd track as the punchline of the joke. But if you watch the new ones, it's like random music. It's like, what joke is this? This doesn't make any sense at all.
Wait, what show are you talking about?
WKRP.
Oh, WKRP.
Number 78, Peep Show. Never heard of it.
Never heard
it's
of
a British a Britcom. Never heard of it. Don't know anything about it.
It's kind of mid.
Number 77, One Day at a Time.
Oh gosh.
The Netflix 2017 to 2019 reboot.
Oh no.
What was the Handyman's? Oh, you're not talking about
Schneider. Schneider. That's the old show.
Schneider.
It had Mackenzie Phillips in it.
Yeah.
Valerie Bertinelli.
Valerie Bertinelli
Schneider.
and the
I
orange
just
haired
remember.
lady
Yeah.
with the bowl cut.
Number 76, New Girl, starring Zoe Deschanel, and that was one my wife would watch, and like I just didn't get it, and then she caught me laughing at it once, and she was like, "Why are you laughing? I thought it wasn't funny." And I was like, "Well, that was funny. That one joke there. Not it. Good show. 2011 to
It didn't work for me,
2018.
so I guess I watched like a couple
Yeah,
episodes and stopped.
yeah,
Wow, 11
that's fair.
seasons? 7 seasons.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Number 75 for us who stayed up late watching PBS, Blackadder.
Yes.
Yep. I remember turning on PBS late at night, not knowing as a kid, just hoping, just praying that Monty Python would be on, and that's how I found Blackadder. I was like, "Well, this is
Yeah.
British.
You
Oh,
stuck with it.
this is
Although,
this is funny."
out of all the seasons, I didn't like the World War II season. I liked
Yeah,
the Victorian and the other one.
yeah.
Oh, did they change time
Yeah,
frame?
they each like Blackadder 1, Blackadder 2, Blackadder 2. Like they would change time periods. Like Blackadder would get reincarnated.
It was like a
Uh,
Doctor Who spinoff.
No.
this deserves to be higher on the list, but number 74, Futurama. I will go to my grave saying it is a better show than The Simpsons, and I will fight anybody on that hill. It's
Well, I'll
just
give
a
13 seasons.
yeah, it's just a much better show.
Didn't they reboot that?
No, they keep coming back for another season. They find some
Yeah, I
money in the
mean,
couch cushion,
they
and
had a
they
season this year.
yep. It was hilarious.
Some
Number
episodes.
73, Absolutely Fabulous. Never liked that show. I never
I
got
thought it
it.
was okay at the time.
It had its moments.
It had some. Number 72, The Comeback. HBO 2005 and 2014, a Lisa Kudrow thing. I never saw it. Never.
No,
Never watched it.
Number 71, Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty was like one of the
Pretty good.
best shows ever for those first couple seasons, and now it's like it feels like they're trying too hard to
Oh,
get
really?
that magic. I don't know. It's still good. It's still better than so much more that's out there, but it's gotten worse. Uh um Number 70, The Phil Silvers Show, 1955 to 1959.
What a
Also
rhyme.
also known as Sergeant Bilko. If you remember
Yeah.
that.
No,
Uh
Never saw it.
number 69, nice. Flight of the Conchords.
There you go.
Yeah, good stuff. Flight of the Conchords is funny.
Only 2 seasons.
Yeah. Number 68, from 1972 to 1978 on CBS. And then there's Maude. Maude.
Oh God,
Uh,
Maud.
That's another spinoff, right? Of
Yep.
Yeah. B.
Mary Tyler
Arthur.
Moore, isn't it?
Yep.
No, you're right. All in the Family.
Yeah, All in the Family. Yep. She was Edith Bunker's cousin who always battled Archie.
Wow, Good Times was
Number
a spinoff
60,
of that.
number 67, the Jack Benny program.
Okay.
Yeah. Number
That's a
66,
sitcom?
apparently. Number 66, Get Smart.
Yeah.
I've watched some of those, but I mean they're whatever.
Yeah.
Number 65, Phineas and Ferb.
Never.
Good stuff.
Never
As
seen
far
it.
as Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
I think I've seen like 1 out of 10 of these. Every 10.
Oh. Number 64, What We Do in the Shadows. If you're not watching
Okay.
that's
I need to watch
That's
Are
it.
they
great
still
stuff.
doing them?
Oh yeah, it's still going.
No, I think they did final season.
They did a final season. Was that okay? I'm not caught up.
I've just watched
I
the
catch
movie and I haven't watched the show.
They did.
I catch it when I can.
They
you
did a
know.
season last year, but not this year.
The yeah. Number 63, Designing Women. Delta Burke, Annie Potts,
Yeah.
Gene Smart, Dixie Carter.
Yeah.
Never watch it.
Yeah.
That was a Monday show. That come on Mondays.
I was pretty okay with it for its time period in sitcoms.
hmm
I think it was above average for sure.
The Thick of It, another British thing. Never heard of it. It's
That's not
62.
an Alan Thicke spinoff
No,
show from.
they
Okay.
it should have been.
Nice, nice. I was like, where are you going? Oh, Alan Thick. Number 61, Catastrophe. Rob Delaney.
Show was a
Uh, um, okay. Number 60, Good Times,
Oh, that should be
1974 to
higher, man.
1979. Yeah.
That's a spinoff of
Dynamite.
Maud.
Is it?
Yeah, I just well, was when I was looking at Maud, it said the spinoff is called
This
Good.
spin-off of Norman Lear's Maud. You are correct. Well done. Well
I
done.
mean, I
Okay.
just looked it up.
Oh.
Catastrophe has massively high ratings, by the way.
Number 59, Spaced. Simon Pegg. I remember somebody telling me I had to watch that and I never did, and I still haven't.
I never watched it.
But it's like Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright, so it's probably good. Number 58, this is a great it's Gary Shandling show.
Gary Shandling.
That was a good show.
This is the Gary Shandling show. This is Gary Shandling show. This is the show that you watch as you watch the credits. Um, Number 57, You're the Worst.
You're the worst.
You're the worst. Number 56, Murphy Brown with
Oh,
Candice
wow.
Bergen. Yeah.
So Dave, from Game Night, played the naked secretary.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Full nude.
Excellent work.
Yeah, that's his
Excellent work.
claim to fame.
Did he
Number
do it?
Obviously not
Did he
on the.
do it full
What's that?
nude? Did he go on set full nude? Is that
I don't know. I need to have him tell the story. I'm sure he had a.
did he
Number
stay in
50
the chair if he did?
He was the nudist secretary. What's up?
Number 55, The Odd Couple.
Because
Great stuff.
they had she had all these different secretaries was like the running gag.
Yeah.
But Jack Klugman and Tony Randall, The
And
Odd
awesome.
Couple.
That
Number
show is
55.
great.
Great stuff. Great stuff.
Had Roy Clark on an episode.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Number 54, The Bernie Mac Show. Bernie Mac.
Bernie Mac
Gone
was
too
funny.
soon. Gone too soon, Bernie Mac. Yeah. Yeah. Number 53, in my opinion, deserves to be higher on the list, and and it's coming back for another season. Scrubs.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, that's a
With
good
Zach
one.
Braff and Donald Faison, yeah, and a a comedy with a heart, just
That was a good show.
yeah,
I
it
wonder if
was
they
a
got
very
all
good
the.
show.
I wonder if they got like most of the cast to come back.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the lawyer guy died, unfortunately, but I think the rest of them are still alive.
Is Sarah Chalky coming back?
Yeah, I believe so. I just remember Dr. Kelso or whatever, and like there's the one episode where they talk about like he no matter what, like they say even though like you're at the hospital and people are dying and all these horrible things happen, like as soon as that guy like as soon as he steps out the door, they say he's a heartless man because as soon as he steps out the door, as soon as his foot goes outside, he starts like he's just whistling. He's like, yes, yeah, just having like collecting his sales and walking to his car and leaving. And then they have this, and they talk about like how he's just like the years of being in the hospital have just made his heart dead. And then he has this thing where he's basically he befriends this patient, and of course the patient passes away. And you see him, and he steps out, and like he puts his foot down, and you see him and he just stops and you can see like just all the grief just hits him all at once and he's just slumped over and he can barely do it, but then he hears the other people coming, and he said earlier in the episode he's like, I do that because if I ever let the pain of this job weigh me down, like and no, nothing will get done. I mean, and so then he hears all the young people coming, and he immediately like and so he like wipes his tears away. And he's like, do 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 do, just fine. And it was just like you're like, oh, this guy that you hate, he has a soul, and it was a nice little moment. Anyway, thousand things like that in that show. Great show. Number 52, I'm Alan Partridge.
Are you?
BBC.
Is that a Partridge Family spinoff?
I don't think so. Having been banished from his BBC talk show for killing a guest, TV broadcaster Alan Partridge finds himself in a small town hotel while salvaging his career. Number 51, only one season, and god damn it, it deserves so much more. Police Squad. Just so
Pretty cool.
damn good. Who are you? How did you get in here? I'm a locksmith. And I'm a locksmith. Just- and that super tall guy walking by,
Yeah.
and he's like, Bob, you got some food on your face. And you see him, he goes like this. No, the other side. And he goes like, and then half a banana falls on the fucking pants.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good.
So good.
Oh man, it's just.
Did you see the new
it
Police
was-
Squad?
I haven't. It's like I gotta find time to like
It's okay.
watch it.
I think we talked about it.
Number 50, News Radio.
Never saw it.
And Phil
And I'm
Hartman
not seeing much
died
at all.
during the middle of it. Number 49, Barney Miller. I like Barney Miller. I like the fact that it was just set on one spot. Just that their busy little, thing there. I always kind of like that they were
I
in there.
remember Abe
And
Vigoda.
Abe Vigoda, and then like the
Yeah.
toilet would flush and he'd come out of the bathroom. And Hal Linden as the weird guy that always had like he was good too.
Was that a
Number
spin-off?
48.
Oh, Fish was a spinoff of that show.
Fish
Yep.
was a spin-off of that. But here's a spinoff, The Jeffersons. Moving on up.
Yep.
Was it a spinoff of?
All in the Family.
Ah.
Yeah. Wheezy. Just
Wheezy.
what the number 47, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I mean, I guess it maybe
I watched a
had
lot of
some-
that show for some reason. I don't know.
Oh,
why.
I know. We all did because we didn't know any better.
Yeah.
46, The Good Place. Good show.
Only seen the first season.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Need to watch
yeah.
more of it.
No,
Yeah.
it keeps going at
Yeah,
about the same pace.
I heard it's good. And
Yeah.
I sort of know that. Well, I don't know. I don't know much. I know a little bit.
It has a good
I need to
sum
watch
up.
it.
I'll say that. It has a very good sum up. But number 45, Broad City, Comedy Central, 2014 to 2019. Never heard
Never
of it.
saw it. Is
That
that with
number 40.
Andy Dick?
Doesn't say. Starring Abby Jacobson and Alana Glazer as the sharp, ambitious, and confident as its heroines were scattered, directionless, and clumsy. In an era where too many comedies were content to make viewers merely smile a few times per episode, Broad City generated huge laughs with a mix of slapstick, inanity, and unapologetic raunch. Number 44, Veep.
What?
Veep is awesome.
Veep. H-E-I
It's
was.
one of the few I've watched. It's great.
Yeah, Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Yeah, very satirical.
I did
Very
not know
funny.
there were 7 seasons. I think I've only seen like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
Huh. I'll go
Um,
back and finish it.
Yep. Number 43, one of my son Ross's favorite shows, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I just could never get into it. I
Never
don't know
saw
what
it.
it was.
I was okay with them like that.
8 seasons.
Number 42, starring Hank Azaria, Brockmire.
Brockmire?
Yeah, he is.
Wasn't Hank Azaria the guy that played the dad on The Wonder Years?
No.
No.
But Daniel
was-
Stern was the narrator of Wonder Years,
Oh,
and he
okay.
said he would say, "Yeah, I'm," and people say he would go up to people and say, "Yeah, I'm in the Wonder Years," and they're like, "No, you're not." He said, "Close your eyes," and they're like, "What?" And then you go, "Growing up in my town with my dad was always angry." They'd be, "Oh my God, it's you!"
Yeah.
Just be like,
Hank
so,
Azaria was like a Simpsons voice.
Yep.
yes, he does,
And
then, like,
more
and then-
important, Agador Spartacus in The Birdcage,
yes,
the greatest role
fabulous in
he's
that
ever
role.
done.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that really? Is that Hank Azaria?
Yeah.
The housekeeper?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh
My
yeah.
Guatemalaness. You can't handle my
Yes.
Guatemalaness. My what? My Guatemalaness.
The reboot of this is okay. But I've watched it and I laughed. But number 41, King of the Hill from 97 to
I
2010.
tell you what, I want to go.
Pretty good.
The reboot, decent. Um, Comedy Central 2014-2017, number 40, Review. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Hmm. Number 39 on ABC, Black-ish. Used the instant success of Modern Family as inspiration for a wave of family sitcoms that breathe new life into one of the medium's oldest genres by simply changing what kinds of characters are being put through familiar plots. I've sadly never seen that. I don't really watch normal TV though. Here we
Blackish
go.
Blackish was good.
Number 38, Friends.
Hmm.
Perhaps you've heard of it.
Hmm.
Uh, somehow, I mean, and I don't mean this to be mean, only one of them has passed away. You know? I mean, it's like you just think like hard living or whatever. But number 37,
Not that old.
so good. So good. Bob's Burgers. Ugh.
Never saw it.
Oh man, I wish I could say that so I
16
could go and watch them
seasons of
all.
Bob's Burgers.
And it's still going, and the
Oh
movie
my
is
god.
freaking
So
hilarious.
it's like a Simpsons type thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Bob's Burgers is just over
The
the top.
the greatest voice in all of animated history, I think, is the
Oh.
guy who voices that.
Yeah. I mean
I don't know
he's
his
a
name.
stand-up comedian, and I know his name, and I can't think right now. He also his
Carrot
best
Top.
role his, his best role of all time was Coach McGurk on Home Movies, though. If you go watch Home Movies.
is
Oh, okay. Yeah, Coach McGurk.
Yeah, Coach McGurk. Yeah, and then but he also did the voice for Archer.
Yeah.
You know, and he did the
Yeah,
voice
he's
for
Archer.
Bob.
I
And
like
then
his voice.
Archer actually had a opening cold open for the season of Archer actually undercover working as Bob at Bob's Burgers. It was just great. And of course the Russian mob shows up and he has a bloody gunfight with them.
That's a show. I love Dr. Katz, man. I thought that was great.
Oh, Dr. Katz was fantastic. Squiggle Vision, baby.
And Evan has appeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Evan. Number 36, Sex and the City. Obviously. Kim Cattrall, Cynthia Nixon, Kristen Davis, Sarah Jessica Parker.
I watched a fair amount of that.
Yeah, I did too.
Pretty good.
Were you more into the sex or the city part?
Give me all that city.
You have to guess.
Give me all that city.
I want to hear all about the city.
Number 35.
Well, I sat on the plane next to the guy that was in the movie of the Sex and the City. That was in the shower.
Oh, really?
Oh,
That shower guy.
Big.
You know what I'm talking about?
Big
Yeah, I think
boy,
so.
whatever
So
his name was.
I sat down next to him, and then the flight attendants all kept coming by, and one of them said, "You're more handsome in real life." And I'm like,
Thank
I was like,
you.
"Who
Thank
are you? Who are you?"
Yeah.
He told me.
They were talking to you.
No,
Yeah.
I was like,
well, thank you very much.
I was like,
You go, thank
oh,
you.
you're talking to him. He was pretty good looking.
Number 35. Who does everybody love? Everybody loves Raymond.
No, that show was hard to stomach.
Is it?
It was so straightforward, and yeah.
That one and 2.5 Men. Those two shows, it's just I can't. But like I've given them a couple of tries each, and they're just so nothing.
I can't watch they're not for me, but
I like
I
Somebody
appreciate that
Feed
a lot of people
Bill.
like them.
Number
Somebody Feed Phil?
34. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Louis Gossett Jr.
There's a
And-
SpongeBob movie.
Yeah, SpongeBob SquarePants. There are several early episodes that I just thought were very endearing and wonderful. The one where Squidward is trying to get his marching band together and nobody is working hard with him on it. And then they all come together and do the right thing for Squidward. It was fantastic.
Oh, it's still
Yeah.
Yep, they were coming out with a movie.
Yeah, there's a giant display of it at the theater this weekend.
Number 33, Better Things. I've never heard of this.
I don't know.
Nope.
Yeah, no idea what that is, but it's still going. It's been going since 2016.
Cool.
You know, speaking of mod, number 32, we got the Golden Girls, baby.
Hell yeah, baby.
There you go.
I never thought that was that funny.
No, I never did.
I mean, some
But
Betty White stuff for sure, but like not very. Like it wasn't my thing.
Yeah. This one, I mean, it's probably put exactly where it is, but I would put this in my top 10. Number 31, Faulty Towers. I could rewatch every single episode of Faulty Towers over and over and over
best
again.
opening
Oh my
sign
God.
was Flowery Twats.
Flowery Twats was great. And I mean, obviously, the best episode ever was the Germans. I mean, that was beyond a doubt like the best opening, but closely followed by the hotel inspectors. That one guy is just a complete turn to him the entire time, and he just caters to him and caters to him and caters to him until he finally realizes that he isn't the hotel inspector.
Yeah.
And then he and Manuel just beat the holy piss out of him, ruin his luggage, put a pie in his face, and throw him out the front door. And because he found out that the hotel inspectors were like three gentlemen from Liverpool or something like that. And he's like, "And now, how can I help you three men from Liverpool?" Ah! That's how it ends. Just like, of course. I don't know. I'm sorry. Faulty Towers, absolutely amazing. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Number 30. Oh, you gotta. It's just so good. Number 30, The British Office.
I liked it.
You know, yeah, the British version with The Office, yeah. Number 29. I to be fair, I probably haven't watched a full season of this in several years, but It's Always Sunny.
I've not watched the full season.
I've heard amazing things about that show.
It's like really, really, really good. And then they bring Danny DeVito in as a regular on like season 3, I think it is. And it just explodes at that point. I mean, I don't know. It isn't because they focus on Danny DeVito and just because he's funnier than everybody else, but it's like, I don't know if it was one of those things where he just added some element with the fifth person, like that it was just perfect.
Any TV show that's got Charlie Day, I'm done. I'm in it. I'm in.
Oh, I mean, and you should watch it then, man, because Charlie Day is just like and the thing with Charlie Day is like they use him so basically like the first few seasons like is just this like, oh, this is the idiot of the group, but then he slowly begins having this character that it's there's so much good stuff. So yeah, you should watch it. It's amazing. Number 28
seasons, not a single episode that I've watched of that show.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
Okay.
Number 28, Malcolm in the Middle.
Pretty good show.
Pretty good show. Whatever happened to like the other brothers in that show? I remember it got weird when the younger brother ended up being taller than Malcolm.
Dewey.
And they were
yeah.
So it was like,
Or was it? I like
Wait.
hearing about Frankie Muniz, how he like invested his money and he didn't waste it, and now he owns like he owns like 4 or 5 parking garages in LA and just makes tons of money.
Yeah.
One of my favorite short videos of all time. I searched for Malcolm in the Middle changing a light bulb. Like, basically when we're talking as a team, I'm like, I've been changing a light bulb all day. And if you watch that video, you'll understand why.
Fair enough.
It's a funny little
I'll check that out.
vignette with a Breaking Bad guy. What's his name? Bryan Cranston.
Yeah. Number 27 from 2010 to 2015. And now we can't really talk about it, but Louis. And if you watched Louis, it's obviously he is persona non grata now, but Yeah, I mean it was really well done, really well written.
Who's it about?
It's about Bill Cosby.
Oh,
Um, it's all right. Number 26, fantastic show, the Bob Newhart show.
oh yeah,
Uh,
Uh,
um,
I loved him.
yeah,
Bob Newhart.
yeah. And then I mean Newhart was after. This is the original Bob
Yeah,
Newhart show.
where he's the psychiatrist.
Yes. As deadpan Chicago psychologist, Dr. Bob Hartley. Um, and then number 25, Atlanta, 2016 to present.
I don't know.
Stars Donald Glover, which is weird
Oh.
because I really like Donald Glover. I've never seen an episode of this.
Yeah,
So
never heard
It's
of
maybe
it's
I gotta check that down.
it's it's good. It has a season where they like decide to go off the rails for a bit and then they come back onto the rails for a season. So you'll watch it and you'll hit a season, you'll be like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
And then they come back.
In a good way or no?
It's still good, but it's like watching a different show almost.
Got it.
Got it. Number 24, Community.
Yeah.
Loved it. Loved it.
I've seen one episode, the D&D episode.
it.
You should watch more of it because it's really good.
Yeah, Community's good.
Um uh yeah. Number 23, The American Office.
Pretty great.
I've watched a handful of episodes, and the ones I watched I enjoyed. I probably would probably enjoy it more if I knew the backgrounds of all the people.
Mhm.
Number 22. I mean, like this guy's like friends with Scott Demers, so we can't like it, but South Park. Obviously.
Yeah, how was your trip? You didn't even really talk about that.
I'm happy to talk about it. It was amazing.
Yeah. I don't want to interrupt this list, but
Yeah,
we
we'll
should
talk about it at the end if you want.
yeah.
Number 21. This I mean I watched all three episodes, three seasons of this. Fleabag. I it is it is that is a weird it is so the weirdest thing about that show is that show feels like it should be a dude in the main role. But I mean, I was like, but instead they were like, nope, we're gonna make this show, and then basically, like, because this is the one who wrote it. Basically, she wrote like a one person play or something like that, and she was like, no, I'm gonna make a show about this incredibly self destructive, like no holds barred, makes horrible choices woman over and just makes bad choices over and over and over again. But yeah, good stuff. Watch Fleabag. It's good stuff. Another one of Ross's favorite shows that I just couldn't get into, BoJack Horseman.
Watch an episode.
I tried.
It's pretty funny.
I tried. It just I don't know what it was. It just
It
didn't
didn't
hit for
catch
me.
me either.
I think that BoJack Horseman is good, but not good as a sitcom. It is good as a like drama with a lot of pathos, and you need to like watch it. You can't just like watch an episode. You got to watch from the beginning and a chunk to build up and break down. It is yeah like there are funny bits in it, but I don't think it's good as a sitcom. I think it's good as a kind of yeah
No.
Something drama.
kind of yeah
Yeah.
Character study.
It is classified as a drama on the internet.
Oh yeah.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Number 19, the original Roseanne
Yeah.
from 88 to 97.
Never really watched that show.
I appreciated Roseanne a whole lot because I like sarcastic deadpan humor, and they had a lot of that.
I used to love it.
I just remember the one line I remember is like when the little brother is like pointing his finger at his sister and like but just like an inch away, and she's like, stop it, and he's like, but I'm not touching you, stop it, but I'm not touching you, stop it, but I'm not touching you. Finally she just hauls off and punches him. It's like, Dad, she hit me and I didn't even touch her. Well, it was hardly worth it then, was it? It's a good line. 30 Rock, 2006, 2013 at number 18.
Never seen.
I've
There's a
seen
few
one
funny
episode of it.
I've seen a few funny episodes there.
I've heard that you just go in and you wait to watch Alec Baldwin, basically, because he's like the funniest part of the show. So
Yep.
number 17, and I agree with this. And again, a one set. This is like that weird era where the one set sitcom. Taxi.
Oh God.
Yes.
Yeah.
Christopher Lloyd and Andy But Christopher Lloyd was so good.
He took it. That's my favorite episode, the one where Jim takes the driving test.
Yes.
What does yellow light mean? Slow or what is it? Slowly. What does the yellow?
Yes. Jim.
That one actress that has a photographic memory.
Mary Lou.
Oh yeah.
Like she remembers every day of her entire life.
Wow.
That's
Like very
that's
detailed.
Eidetic memory.
Do you
Yeah.
think
That's-
that would
that's
be
in- that's
super
insanity.
cool or a huge burden?
Mary Lou Henner. What's that?
Do you think that would be super awesome and useful or a big burden?
I think she's talked about it. It's awesome, but also probably a burden. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I feel
I
like-
can't remember exactly the takeaway. But they
Yeah.
called her for like there was something she like solved a crime, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
Something like that. Maybe not that maybe not that severe. I'm misremembering, but she was called like 20 years after something happened. And she remembered it exactly. Because
Wow.
she got that memory.
Number 16. The Cosby Show. They even say, as with Louis, it's an enormous challenge to separate the art from the artist, especially since the family of obstetrician Cliff Tuswell is so obviously modeled of that star producer Bill Cosby, who would eventually be unmasked as a serial sexual predator.
I gotta say, I watched a lot of Cosby.
Yeah, the Cos, man.
There's a lot of people on that show.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like
Uh,
that definitive 80s show.
Yeah, it was. I always remember the last episode of the Cosby Show. The Simpsons had a thing at the very end of because at the very end of their show, they said, and they showed the end of the Cosby's, and then like Homer's like, "Oh, Theo, we watched you grow up," because the whole thing was Theo was going off to college or whatever, and then Bart says to his dad, "Well, why are they going off the air?" And he goes, "Well, the producers of the show said they'd rather stop the show while they're on top instead of allowing it to continue and then the actual like value and like to make the show worse as it deteriorates in value." And Bart just says, "I don't know about you, but if I had a hit show on TV, I'd keep running it until they went straight into the ground." And he goes, "God bless you, son." That was their like, we're just gonna make this show until they tell us we can't anymore. Number 15, Arrested Development.
Oh.
I don't feel like the more recent seasons were nearly come close, but man, that run from 2003 to 2006,
It's pretty
I
good.
just, oh God, it's
Always
so
money in
good.
the banana stand.
There's always money in the banana stand. No touching, no touching.
The re-edit of the weird kind of out of order
Yes.
the re-edit is better. But like if you but yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it just I mean, there's just so many great, and Job is just so great. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
the
just,
one where he's got all the dead birds.
oh God, yeah, trying to
The
throw him into
episode where
ocean.
he walks to an audition with the Blue Man Group at dusk
Yes.
and gets hit by a car. Just that concept is worth everything. So
Well,
good.
And then it's just like they had that doctor who would always say the one thing wrong where they wouldn't understand, and it's just like, and then I just remember they always like, you're in on the joke kind of thing, but then they had the thing where like Jason Bateman had like some sort of like, they thought he was having a heart attack or whatever, and he's surrounded by his family, and I forget what the doctor says. Doctor, what did the tests say? And he says something like, and it's something that sounds grim, like, and everybody's like, "Oh my God!" And Jason goes, "Give him a moment." He just says, because he knows that like the next line's gonna be like, "Oh, he's okay." Whatever.
And what was it?
Um,
Scott Baio was blah blah blah.
Bob Loblaw's Loblog.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then they had that weird thing where they had his sister Justine Bateman on as a love interest for Jason Bateman. So it was like weird, but it was like, just because anyway. Ah, just
I only watched
and
the
then the
first
whole
season.
thing where he's like, they're repeated, I've made a huge mistake. They say those things constantly. I've made a huge mistake. Number 14. I saw so many of these episodes, like coming home from school and turned on the TV. The Andy Griffith Show. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and I did like Don Knotts made that show. Nobody else was funny on that show, but Don
Yeah.
Knotts was hilarious.
That was like when I was young and when I was off on summer vacation, right? You'd watch it on like TBS in the morning.
Yeah, I never watched it.
I used to watch a lot of that.
Never saw
All
it.
right, give me 1 second. I gotta go
I
check
feel like
on a
I've
dog.
my percentage of watching, like I'm with Scott on this one, like 25% maybe.
Yep.
Give me 2
Oh,
minutes. I
no.
hear a dog barking outside. I think somebody let a dog out and then went to bed. So give me a second.
You talk about your trip, Scott?
Yeah. Let me talk about it. So we went down. We went to the Park County Studios. So for those who don't know, Trey Parker is a big fan of Dragons Down and reached out to me, and so I had asked him if I could go to the studio with some buddies because I was going to be out there for a football game. So 11 of us went.
Oh wow. Big
I
crew.
thought there were going to be about like 6 or 7, and it was 11. But my
Yeah.
son and Sean Brown, my Mr. B Games owner, went with as well.
Oh cool.
And we spent about 45 minutes there, about an hour there, something like that. But so it was wild. We met with primarily 3 different people. The first guy was an animator, and it was great. He showed kind of how they sketch out a whiteboard, right, of what they want to do, and they're just still pictures, and then the guys voice it, right, Trey and Matt and whatnot, and then they animate it. And so he was showing us, walking us through the process, and he was playing the episode where, if you're watching this season, where the girls get in a fight over the little dolls
The
that they're,
boo-boo.
yeah, the boos, and what was, we're laughing, and I've seen the episode, but it's still funny just to be sitting there with one of the guys who helped create it. But what was even funnier is he was laughing harder than we were, and he's probably seen the damn thing 500 times because he created it, right?
Right.
But we spent great time with him, and he walked us through a bunch of the process. It was really cool. And then the second thing we did is we met with Trey, and we spent solid 25 minutes with him or so. And here's how cool that was. He showed us the episode that hadn't aired yet. This is on Friday, and it was airing on Wednesday, and it's 22 minutes of episode. And he showed it to us because they had 5 minutes done of the show at that point. So in 3 days, 4 days, I guess,
Wow.
they're airing, and they had 5 of the 22 minutes complete. And the scene he showed us was the scene of Trump and JD Vance having sex, right? But he's showing us this. I could have immediately gone out to Reddit and said, "Here's what's going to happen in the new episode," and I've seen it, right? It was just crazy. But even wilder than that, and so he was, he with his new deal with Paramount. Each of them is worth 1.2, has a net worth of $1.2 billion, right? So
Wow.
we're sitting here talking with him, and one of my friends just says, "So what do you like to do, in the off season?" He goes, "I head straight back to Colorado." He turns to me and he says, such and such a city, small town." Yeah, he goes, "The house at the corner of such and such and such. This guy, I just bought that. That's my house. That's where I live." And I'm sitting here going, I can right now drive to that house. It's not a security house. It's not, right. And I'm just like, he is the most down to earth dude. Just really, really cool, right?
Cool.
And so then
Awesome.
then we met one other person who was showing us kind of how they do the cutouts and stuff and all the figures and that kind of thing, and the actual animation. But one of the highlights for me was, so there's a guy who, we're just standing in a hallway talking, and this guy goes, "Hey, I just love Dragons Down, man. Really creative. You did a great job with that. I've been playing it with Trey and really love what you did." And I go, "Oh, thanks. That's really nice." Well, then later I just said, "Who was that guy?" "Oh, that's Adrian Beard." Well, if you Google Adrian Beard, he's 3-time Emmy Award winner, Adrian Beard, producer of the show, right? So just across the board, just a great time and really cool. And they just made time for us, and it
That's
was great.
awesome.
Yeah, really cool.
That's great.
So we brought a gift.
I
that
met
was-
him at Gen
yeah.
Con one year. He
How
came
did
into
it work? How did it work that he did that video for you guys?
Yeah, that was cool. I saw
Lincoln
it.
asked him.
You just
Yeah,
said,
I
"Hey,
think
will you do a
Lincoln
video?"
Lincoln just asked him. I think he just
Yeah.
like hit it. Like, because we were doing that 50th or 20th. Was it 20th anniversary?
Yeah, it's 20.
Yeah, it was 20 back in
'Cause this was
2020.
25 this year.
2020.
Yep.
And Lincoln did this like surprise video for me, like with all these different creators. And
Yep.
he was one of them. And his
Yep.
his little thank you thing was like a good solid minute or two,
Yep.
fully animated with the show.
Well, when I first
I'm
met him
like-
on that web call, he told me I'm on Board Game Geek every single day.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, he's on
I-
Board Game Geek every single day. He said.
I wish he had more
Reading.
free time to like maybe play
Yeah.
games with Lincoln and stuff. Like I think he'd be fun to
Yeah.
have on the show.
Well,
Like,
he
I think
did.
he's been on
say-
Dice Tower. He's been on Dice Tower.
He's been on Dice Tower. He did say, when I first met him on that webinar, right? And so, I get this email and I'm like, assuming this really is you. He goes, "You want to jump on a web call?" I go, "Sure." And I'm in a Zoom call just like this one with him like an hour later, right?
It's awesome.
And a couple things happened. He told me I'm a Board Game Geek every time. He says, "I knew you were from Colorado because you posted a video of yourself in Grand Lake, and nobody outside of Colorado knows about Grand Lake, Colorado. So that's how I knew you were there." He reached out to me in essence to thank me by basically comping me to get into the restaurant that they own in town, which is really hard to get into, and we had an amazing time. But then he also, he's just was, yeah, I bought your game off eBay. I really love emergent narrative games. It's really cool. I've been watching all the videos, the how-tos you've done. And then I said, he said, "Hey, when I won't be back for a while because of the show, but when I'm back in Colorado, let's get together and play some board games." I'm like, "Okay." Right. And then at the end of the call, I could tell it was kind of winding down. I had spent about 45 minutes talking to him just like this. And I said, "Hey, Trey, I never thought you were going to say that let's get together and play some board games, right? I might actually get to know you a little bit." I said, "But this still feels a little bit like a once in a lifetime opportunity. So what can I ask of you?" And he goes like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, I'm going to do another Kickstarter. Can you help me spread the word or help me with some material?" And he goes, "Yeah, absolutely. No problem." Right. And we talked a little bit about what that could look like and stuff. So we'll see. He responds to about half my emails.
I mean, he's so busy, right? Like you said,
Yeah.
that show is just a grind.
I'm sure.
They went to a
You only
2-week.
saw 5 minutes, and they were only 3 days left.
There's 3 days left. He said we won't go to bed on Tuesday. And,
oh man, that's
and
rough.
it's more about how they turn it in, not that they're done with it. Is what he didn't say that, but he goes,
Yeah.
they just grind through and they're never quite satisfied. But he did say, again, just almost with like not sadness, but he was like, "Yeah, this is the first year that I've ever questioned whether it was worth it.
Mm,
It's a grind."
yeah.
I don't remember his exact words. Maybe that's too strong, but he was like, "I've questioned it." Right. And so anyway, he was just really,
I mean, it's been like 20 seasons, right?
27, I think.
27? Jesus.
Yeah.
That's a long time to do something.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a very long
I mean,
time.
I remember watching that show when I worked in the video game industry, like when that first Spirit of Christmas thing came out.
Yeah.
You guys remember that?
Hey, Scott, do you have contacts in the video game industry?
Not direct. I mean, well, that's not true. My buddy Charlie works at Valve.
Okay, because my son graduated from a little off topic here, but my son graduated from USC in their video game program, primarily around narrative design and interactive media. And he's on the job hunt, and he just needs that little in. He needs just somebody to carry a resume, not submit it into HR. So maybe I'll take that offline with you if there's anybody.
I can give you a
listening.
contact.
I would love that.
It's hard though, man.
Oh
For a
no,
person coming out of the industry that doesn't have any experience. For
yeah,
sure.
and
I'm not
everybody's
saying that it's
3 years
impossible, but
Yep, and that's why he needs kind of that little.
you just got to start somewhere. Yeah.
Little boost, yep. And so he's working his butt off on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I'll take that offline with you.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Unlucky number 13. Frasier.
Tossed salad and scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
There was a time when I really enjoyed Frasier.
Kelsey Grammer's turned out to be kind of a pile of shit in his later years.
Oh,
too,
really?
though, so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, truth.
Um,
Sadly.
but yes, and Frasier wasn't even in his best role, honestly, because that's Sideshow Bob, baby.
Oh, that's a great point.
Number 12. I thought this deserves to be in the top 10. Curb Your Enthusiasm. I've never. I mean, it's just it takes that comfortableness and like just makes it ratchets it so wonderful where you can't believe what's going on. And it almost felt like they were going to go the Archie Bunker way, where like he never wins, like Larry never wins, and so but they do give him a few wins here and there. But yeah, no, he's Curb's great. Curb's great. Number 11, the Dick Van Dyke Show. Dick Van Dyke still alive.
Mhm.
Still alive.
You could be watching the show today.
Dick Van Dyke. That's a good show though. The Dick Van Dyke Show. If you ever watched it, I mean, it's quite good. This is a little older and then like mid, but 92 to 98, number 10. We're in the top 10.
Okay.
This guy had two. He had two of them in the top 100. Gary Shandling, the Larry Sanders Show.
Yeah.
With
good.
Rip
That was pretty
Torn. With
Yeah.
Rip Torn as the show as his sidekick or whatever, showrunner guy. Oh,
Yeah.
just yeah, so good. Just over the top. It's hard to explain, but it's just like the people running a running a Johnny Carson show basically, but it's Larry Sanders and everything that goes into it and the hijinks that happen. Number 9. I didn't like this one, but I understand why it's here. Parks and Rec. Parks and Recreation.
I really did enjoy
I
that.
haven't really watched it.
I like Parks and Rec. I like Parks and Rec after it
First season.
gets its footing. Yeah.
Yeah. My wife told me start at season 2.
Yeah,
I did.
what's
It was
it?
great.
Chris, what's his name? Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
Chris Pratt.
I think him and Rick Opperman makes that show.
There's a lot of good characters, I think.
Yeah, I like that. He's at the doctor. He said, "You ever poop?" And it's like wiping a magic marker, and you just wipe and you wipe and you wipe.
Yeah.
Number 8. I can't believe this is only 2 seasons for the amount that people talk about it all the time. The Honeymooners, 1955 to 1956. Number 8.
Wow.
Is
I
that
don't know about
is that To the Moon?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
to the moon, Alice.
Yeah.
The tenement apartment kitchen of volatile bus driver Ralph Cremden and his disappointed wife Alice easily could have been the setting for a tragic stage play about desperate people grappling with the smallness of their lives. Instead, Gleason and company used that harsh reality to ground the ridiculous interplay between Ralph, Alice, the gregarious sewer worker Ed Norton, and Ed's wife Trixie. A very young and skinny Art Carney playing playing
I've actually seen it. My stepfather was like,
Norton.
love that show.
Oh yeah, I mean, it holds up too. Like, go watch it.
Does it?
It freaking holds
Even-
up. Yeah,
even
it's
the
well, I mean, that's
the-
like that's a product of its time kind of
Family
thing. But
violence or
as far
whatever?
as far as like the actual, because like even I would hazard the guess, and I don't know for sure, but I would hazard the idea that even they weren't being serious. They're like, I'm gonna beat my wife if you don't stop talking to me. I think they were just doing it as like
Well,
a
I mean,
comical thing.
I think Lila Love Lucy had a little bit of that too.
Yeah, you got some splaining to do, bro. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it was
So-
ever like threatening to hit her But
Yeah, but no, it was definitely like, oh, my crazy wife, how much money did you spend today, kind of thing. Definitely a product,
I watch a lot
yes.
of I Love Lucy. If that's got to be on the list, right?
I don't know. I don't
It's
know. We
coming
haven't
up.
gotten there yet.
It might
Yeah,
be
so I
next.
mean, I don't even know. I
I'm
mean,
sure it
but
is.
number seven, I adored this show, and I would still watch it now. The Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Uh,
Uh,
we
Never
actually
watched it.
we actually we watched the first season of that on DVD recently because we got the DVD at
Does it hold up?
oh, yeah, yeah, you're not going to be like, wow, that's amazing, but yeah, no, it's a solid sitcom for the time period.
so the cool thing about it, okay, first of all, it's set in Minneapolis, which I always loved because it was like, it was in Minnesota. Um, but Ed Asner he played Lou Grant or whatever, the like constantly gruff boss. Betty White actually isn't playing an idiot. She's
Mhm.
actually like the like just like always like because they're competing against Mary Tyler Moore. Like they're just constantly going back and forth and having infighting or whatever. Um and Ted Knight just is like he's so wonderful in Caddyshack, and like in that role of Judge Smales of like pompous and over the top and snobby. That's him in this show. I mean, it's just like so. It's
And then
yeah,
that show spun off Ed Asner's, what was it, Lou Grant? They did a spin off
yes,
of that.
they did a
Yep.
spin-off. Yep.
I would say if you're in the mood for just a very upbeat kind of happy show, Mary Tyler Moore is good at that, right? Like it's
Yep.
not gonna be a laugh riot, but you're yeah, it does a good job of being a uh fun uh and enthusiastic the whole way through.
Yeah. Um, Tons of guest stars that like before there were famous guest stars. If you watch it, like David Letterman was on several episodes. Like you're just in there, it's like, oh wait a minute, that's David Letterman, that kind of thing. You'll have moments like that constantly. Um, Number six, 1972 to 1983, MASH.
Mhm.
So by
Obviously,
contrast, MASH very good, but uh, there are definitely episodes of MASH where it is not fun and upbeat.
Yeah,
no,
Oh yeah,
it
the,
is not.
there was always some
last
serious
few
stuff.
seasons, man, they got downright dour.
Yeah. I forget what the number is, but it was like in America when the last episode of MASH aired, it was something like 70% of all
Yeah,
TVs that were on were watching MASH.
That's
Can you
crazy.
just
That's amazing.
it's just like it's just ridiculous. Like and
I remember. I
106
remember it.
million viewers.
yeah. I remember watching it. I watched it with my mom.
So 77% of U.S. households watching TV that night tuned in.
That's
That's
just
like
insanity.
just wild, yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely like moments of sadness and all kinds of things like that. Like when Harry Morgan as Colonel Potter, like he talks about the fact that he got word that uh the last of his squad from World War One died. And like he was the last one of like his squad that saw the fighting, and then like and so he dresses in full battle uniform and asks everybody to drink a toast to them or something like that, and then yeah, I mean it's stuff like that. It was just really good. Number five, I can't believe this is number one since I don't know what number one is yet, but All in the Family, number five. I mean it's just classic.
I mean, when your
Um,
chair's in the Smithsonian, man.
yep, exactly. Archie, Archie. Just and like I said before, how did they get people like how did he get away with being so racist and such a horrible person? Because he always lost.
He was a loser.
He was always the butt of the joke when he say horribly racist and sexist and homophobic things. It always ended up him with the fuzzy side of the popsicle. He was always wrong, and that's how they got away with it. And that's how it was. And he everybody knew he was the big freaking moron, and he was the dummy, and it worked. Um, yeah, I mean, it's you go back and you watch it, and you're just like, yeah, just there you go. And then when when they had the thing with Edith passing away, oh my gosh, I mean it's just
And
heart-wrenching.
and it turned into Archie Bunker's place.
Archie Bunker's place, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was yeah, horrible. All right, number 4, Aldi gave it away. I Love Lucy, 1951 and 1957. I dated a girl who loved I Love Lucy. Like she just would have it on like Nick at Night, watching it constantly. Just love watching it.
Yeah, good night.
Nick at Night, baby. Yeah, there you go. Best friends Ethel and Fred Mertz. Number 3. Any guesses? Any guesses? Any guesses? The answer is
Seinfeld's coming up.
yep. There you go. You got it.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. Oh no.
Yeah,
Seinfeld?
Kirby.
Already been on.
It's Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Seinfeld. Yeah, Kirby was 12.
was
Seinfeld
it?
at number
I must
3.
have
Yeah.
missed
Number 3. 89 98.
I feel like Seinfeld has a lot of episodes that are just kind of at this point that do not stand the test of being
you
outside of
you
their-
have the product of the time,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
In the first season of it, I went back and watched the first season of it, and it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they hadn't hit their stride. I've been watching a lot of Seinfeld lately. I was just up in the mountains and I watched 3 episodes a day probably, and I was cherry picking, but I was laughing out loud. You know, the season where the Merv Griffith show, or the Kramer gets coats himself in butter and suntans, and I mean some of those are just so good.
Yeah. I just started from the beginning and started like the first
It's
episode.
a little rough. It's a little rough.
That first season, man, it's pretty bad.
So it is the only show that almost gets me to the point of me not having to turn it off because of the soundtrack and because of the laugh track. And
laugh tracks are hard.
I'll watch it and all of a sudden the laugh track hits and I'm like, oh, and I was like, how did I ever put up with this ever in my life? I just thankfully it seems like laugh tracks are finally going away. I mean, it's dumb.
Yeah.
Number 2, Where Everybody Knows Your Name. Cheers.
Yeah.
Great show. I mean, you can't. I mean, there's so many great episodes and the thing is that they were able to, like, when you would think, oh, Shelley Long's leaving, like it's just going to be like the show's going to suck now because like you're not going to have this classic foil for Ted Danson, and then Chris Gallagher shows up, and it's just like holy shit!
Right.
It's like you didn't even miss a moment.
Yeah.
I loved the episode where the guy that the millionaire that was dating Kirstie Alley, like he thought that he was going to lose Kirstie Alley to Ted Danson because he's like, oh, it's obviously, so I need you to make sure I need you to break up with her, and he's like, what? And he's like, yeah. He's like, and if you do, I will sell you your bar for $1. And he was like, are you serious? And he just like gave him the $1 and he got his bar back. And I was like, and obviously when Coach died, you're like, oh, Coach died. And then Woody shows up and you're just like, perfect. It's just like I do remember
Usually those shows when people die, they change, right? So.
Yeah, they change. And I think probably my favorite moment is like Sam has to leave and he tells Carla, he said, Carla, I'm leaving you in charge of the bar. Don't make any of your drinks. And they're like, and everybody's like, what? And he's like, I promise, Sam, I won't. And then and everybody's like, come on, Carla, what's up with these drinks? He's like, no, I can't make them. They're too strong. They're They're too devastating. And he's like, come on, we can do this. And they're like, yeah. And so she starts making these special drinks or whatever. And then the next day of like everybody showing up just completely and totally hungover and like wearing the same clothes, all disheveled. And then they're sitting there, and Sam comes in. He goes, "She made the drinks, didn't she?" He's like, "We need coffee." And he starts like pouring them all hot coffee, and the phone rings, and all of them like go ah, like when they hear the phone ring, and he picks it up, and he's like, and he answers it, and he's like, "Hello," and like the only person who hasn't shown up is Cliff, and he's like, "Hello," he's like, it's Cliff. He's like, "Okay, what do you mean?" He doesn't know where he is, and he's like, "Cliff, okay, just open your eyes. Now look around. Now what do you see?" He's like, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. "Cliff, you're in my office." Like the door opens up and Cliff's still on the phone. He's like looks out. He's all like just super hammered. Yeah, but that was a good episode. And then the big thing is that um uh uh Rhea Perlman slept with one of the people that were there, and she didn't know who it was.
Yeah.
And she was like, because she remembered it, and she was like, God, I hope I don't break up Norm's marriage. And like she's going through all the people that were there, and like and then she said, "Well, what about Cliff?" It was not Cliff. She was just like super mad. But all right. And then number one, and obviously there's only one left that
Yeah.
it can possibly
Schindler's
be a number one.
List.
That's correct.
Schindler's List. What a knee slapper. Yeah, I mean, it's The Simpsons. I mean, it's been around forever, and I'll say this: I have watched some of the most recent seasons, and they are way better than that like era where they were just like, "Hey, we can't think of anything, so let's have a guest star."
Yeah, they've been trying some new kind of approaches to things lately, I think.
You know,
Cool.
What position was Friends? I think I missed it.
it was like
30.
16.
Was it
or
in like the
something like
20s
that.
or 30s?
Like
Was it in the
2030
20s?
something.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm
And
going
was
back.
I Love Lucy on the list, or did I miss that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was.
It was like
get off your
fifth or
phone,
something.
Scott.
No, there's someone messaged me about work stuff, so
It was like fifth, I think.
I'm having to
or
do some.
fourth.
Oh, was it?
That's
Okay.
fine. That's
Sorry,
fine.
I had to
Yeah,
zone
it
out
was. It
there for a
was.
minute.
Fred. You say Lucy was 3 or 4.
Okay.
Let's see. Fleabag 21, South Park 22, Office 23, Community 24. What was it? Was it in the? Was it in the
Yeah.
30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35? Did I skip it? Did I miss it?
No, we
There's
definitely
38. 38 was Friends. 38 was Friends. Yeah. Man, I gotta go rewatch all Faulty Towers again. That's just it's too
Is there
good.
anything missing?
from that list.
Yeah, just like something
I
you can think of
mean,
that's
Ted
special.
Lasso.
Family Guy.
Yeah, that's pretty new. That's pretty new.
I mean,
Breakfast
Family
for Family?
Guy. I just
Yeah, Family Guy was on that.
I mean, let me think. Futurama's on there.
I mean, Ted Lasso is. I mean, it's new, but like
Yeah.
in
It's
2020.
that's way more of a
that a-
drama though.
Is that a sitcom?
Three's Company wasn't on there.
There's a
Three's
lot of those
Company
that are
wasn't
not
on there?
sitcoms. Yeah, Three's Company should be on
Yeah.
there.
Oh, my favorite episode of Three's Company is where they had the
Oh, the
misunderstanding.
misunderstanding about the thing.
About
Yeah,
Jack,
they had the misunderstanding.
What was the name of the
where
bar?
everybody-
the Regal Beagle.
The Regal
The
Beagle.
Regal
yeah.
Beagle.
Let's meet Dad at the Beagle. There was a
good.
bar in Dallas called the Regal Beagle.
That is so good that you had that at the tip of your tongue, Chad. That's awesome. Because I would have sat here for a good.
What was the name of the buddy?
Larry.
Larry?
Man, you are like you got the Walking Three's Company.
He's like,
I love Three's Company, man. We watched a lot.
oh, it was so good. And how about the fact that they recycled the blonde girl? Like
Yeah,
the blonde girl switched all the time.
Chrissy, then it went.
But
Chrissy-
Janet or Janice, like she never switched. It was always the same.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was always.
What's really funny, if you watch the last episode of Three's Company, Janet gets married, and she marries the host that was the host of Supermarket Sweep. So it's like when I was watching on Nick and I, it's like that's that guy from Supermarket Sweep. What's going on there?
Mork and Mindy.
Yeah, it
Happy
was,
Days.
Uh,
Yeah.
Maybe
Kabuki,
Happy
Days.
Days. Not
Kabuki
on
Kid
there?
all of the
mentions IT
or,
crowd.
Facts of Life.
Facts of
Yeah,
Life
I
was
used to watch a
there.
lot
No,
of that.
no different strokes.
Yeah.
Gotta
Take
get
them
back to
both,
our.
and there you have facts of life.
I talked about this earlier, but In-Betweeners isn't on the list. I think you.
Well, then I'm not gonna watch it. It's
Yeah,
not
you
worth
should
my
you
time.
should you should all watch In-Betweeners.
No perfect stranger.
Perfect
Oh
Strangers.
yeah, Perfect Strangers.
I
Full,
really
Full
love
House.
Perfect
I mean, I
Strangers.
don't. I would not.
Bosom bosom buddies.
I'm not really a
Oh
full.
yeah,
Wait,
Bosom
who's the
Buddy, Tom
boss? I
Hanks,
mean, come
Peter
on, that's
Stormare.
Who's the
classic.
boss was awesome. Ted Danson. No, not Ted
They
Danson.
had
What's
the
his name?
Bob Newhart show, but they
Yeah, what
didn't
was his
have
name?
Newhart on there.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. They didn't have Newhart. Newhart was I
It's
remember
on
when
the
they
tip of my
said
tongue.
That was
when
even
Bob
better.
when Bob Newhart and I was like, well, Newhart's got to be coming up because Newhart
Samantha. What's his
Newhart was
name?
Newhart was great.
Tony Danza
Tony Danza.
This is
Hold me
this is
closer.
why
There we go. Yeah.
was Married with Children on the show.
I'm Larry. This is
No,
my brother
Married with
Daryl.
Children.
When Married with
No.
Children was not on there, right? But
I watched a lot of
Modern
Married with
Family
Children
ones.
too.
Hi, I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl.
My other brother Daryl.
Daryl.
Coach. What about Coach?
I watched
Coach.
Coach.
Craig Nelson.
Coach.
I liked Dobie Gillis a lot.
Yeah.
As a black and white
I remember that.
sitcom.
And how about the fact that when Newhart ended, it had the best ending of all time?
Yeah, they went back to the bed.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden he wakes
It's a
up.
cliche ending now, but
It's a cliche ending, but at the time, and it was like all of a sudden Suzanne Plachette
wasn't
rolls
that
over.
a Saint Elsewhere also had that ending?
Yep, there was
Similar
everything
ending.
was in the mind of the autistic child. Yep.
Hey guys, I gotta go to bed.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out there, Scott Demers.
Peace.
Have a good one.
All right,
Take
take care, all.
brother.
Bye.
Was Family Ties on the list?
Nope, no family.
That was a good one.
ties.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, that's a lot of
Um,
80s stuff.
Yeah.
No silver spoons.
Mm.
With
Ah,
Richard
yeah.
Schroeder.
That was not a good show, but I mean, I liked
No,
it.
it was not.
'Cause I was like, I
Magnum
kind of
I remember one
PI.
time I remember one time I wanted to watch Silver Spoons, and my dad said, "Well, who's in that?" And I was like, and I'll always remember this. I said Ricky Schroeder. He said Ricky Schroeder couldn't act his way out of a paper bag. Say that to me. Herman's Head was a good show from back in the day. And I'd like
So
that.
would Kids in the Hall be qualified like that? Monty Python?
No,
No,
that's
sketch comedy.
No, that's a Monty
That's
Python
sketch
film.
comedy. But Kids in the Hall is fucking
I
amazing.
watched a lot
mean,
of that.
Oh, Kids
What
in the
about
Hall.
Elf?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Moonlighting.
Elf.
Does Moonlighting count?
No, because it's not really a sitcom.
Kinda
Sitcoms are like
dramedy.
that
Yeah,
half
it's not
hour
really a
format.
sitcom.
Yeah. How about that like, and I know I said it's like a 2-minute skit on Kids in the Hall, but the guy who has sarcasm as his speech impediment was just like the guy who walks up to him and he's like walks up to him, he's like, "Hey, it's Dave Foley," is the guy, and it's Kevin McDonald walks up to him, he's like, "Hey, I don't really know anybody at this party, and I just saw you standing over here by yourself, so I just figured, I could just walk over there and introduce myself, and maybe I wouldn't feel so awkward being at this party." And he's like, "Oh, I'm so glad you came to talk to me." It's like, why are you? I'm sorry, am I bothering you? No, you're not bothering me at all. And he's like, "I don't know why you're being so mean." "No, don't go. I have a speech problem. I always sound sarcastic." He said, Are you serious?" He's like, "I'm totally serious. I wouldn't lie about something like that." It's like, "You know what? Screw you, buddy." He just walks away. "I'm so lonely." It was like, oh, okay. Obviously, it can only go that long, but
But rock and roll will never die. Actually, it will die. And I'm here to welcome the new age of jazz. Ooh.
the yeah, well, just such a good show. Good stuff.
Kabuki Kid says, does moral oral count?
Yeah.
No, and that wasn't funny at all. That was just more
Freaks and Geeks.
depressing.
I wouldn't go
Freaks and Geeks didn't last long enough.
I don't think it was
Didn't
a
last long
sitcom.
enough. What other? I mean, what were so because it was like remember they put all of the sitcoms together. It was like the 2 hours of sitcoms, and it was
TGIF.
like it was Cosby.
Oh,
Yeah,
Uh,
what was after that?
it was Cosby, and
See,
then it was
it was like must see
a
TV.
Different
different world,
world.
a
Different
different
world.
world, and then it was Night Court and Cheers,
Mhm.
or Cheers Night Court. And I remember I always loved Night Court more than anything. I just um with Bull, and I mean, and it was just like that
Oh, and
whole
Brent
um
Spiner got his start there.
yep, yep. As I remember there was this whole thing where uh uh Bull had this little tiny small TV so you could watch these things, and like Dan ran for this whole bit. Dan was running for office for like to be like the head district attorney for whatever, and he was running for it, and he lost to a dead guy. Like basically the guy was dead, but people were still voting for him, so that guy beat him. And he comes into the room and everybody's been picking on him and picking on him and picking on him, and then like Harry's like watching this little TV, and he's sitting there, and and he like hears over the radio, and the final votes coming in. It's like look at this. It's like it's just a district attorney. It loses to a dead man by over four, and he just goes and he grabs the little TV out of his hand and like throws it out the window. And he just looks at like, I'm sorry, Harry, that was very rude of me. If you simply tell me how much that was, I will of course replace it for you. He's like, it wasn't mine. And he looks over and he's like, and he asks everybody, he's going through everybody, and then he gets and he's like, oh no. It's like and like Bull is sort of like gonna beat the hell out of him or whatever. And he takes off his watch, like this like Rolex watch. $2,000. Puts it on the table, takes off his shoe, and smashes it into pieces. He's like, "Thank you." So he says, "Ah, John Larroquette. He's still alive too."
Yeah,
And that new Night Court's horrible though. It's horrible.
yeah, I've heard it was really bad.
It's I tried to
The new
watch
Night
it.
Court.
The new Night Court. I tried to
Oh,
watch
not
it.
good.
Like, yeah, it was
Yeah,
horrible.
Christine's the judge or whatever. No, not
Yeah,
Christine. The girl from The Big Bang Theory.
yeah, and they're saying she's Harry's granddaughter or something. I don't know what it is. And then she convinces John Larroquette to come out of retirement to be like the prosecuting attorney or something like that. And it's just the most milk toast writing of all time. It's just there's nothing engaging about it. And I think it only lasted like 2 seasons or one,
Yeah,
it
because
didn't last
they
at
couldn't
all.
get a writer to write anything for it.
Yeah, no. But I always enjoyed Night Court. Um, there was the big giant thing where like when um John Larroquette's Dan Fielding saves the life of like no he helps a woman deliver a baby like it's stuck like somewhere. It's like the classic trope, right? I'm having a baby and I can't get to the hospital, and he manages to get her to, and then she says, I would there's no way I would have done this. I would have died. Blah 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 blah. I want you. It's like I'm gonna name my son Daniel after you, and he's like, well that's not really my
Oh
name.
yeah,
And then
right.
and then she's like, "Well, what is your name?" And then it just cuts away and doesn't say anything. And then they're like, "I'd like you to meet my son, Reinhold." And they're all like, "Reinhold?" And then the showrunner was Reinhold something. I forget what his name was, but the guy who came up with the show, Reinhold like Weiss or Weege or something like that was his name. But I thought that was a little nod to that as well. Man, what are other sitcoms? I mean, it's tough to remember all these. That like, and I hate to Google sitcoms of the '90s, but no. What
I mean,
was
I can
the
Google it.
yeah,
We just talk about it.
Third Rock from the Sun? Mad About You?
Wings.
Not Two Dads. No.
I never
Home
watched
Home
Wings.
Home Improvement. Home Improvement wasn't on there.
News Radio.
Speaking
News
of Home
Radio.
Improvement, that one kid is in the news again. The blonde-haired son,
Uh,
Drew Carey Show.
Drew Carey.
Drew Carey Show.
King of
Uh,
Queens.
I didn't King of Kings.
Martin. Remember Martin?
Martin.
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 Just shoot me. I'm looking at this thing here. Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Head of the class.
The 90s didn't have a lot of good sitcoms.
No, they didn't. Arliss.
Arliss. Becker.
Yeah.
Step by Step. That's Suzanne Summers.
Was Becker the one
Oh,
where
Not About You. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Was Becker the one that uh Ted Danson
Yeah, Ted Danson
played?
offshoot.
Yeah, it was a Ted Danson vehicle.
God, Ted Danson's just been around forever.
Uh-huh.
The show on Netflix apparently is amazing.
Oh, the one where he's the like investigating the place or whatever.
Yeah.
Is the old guy? Yeah, that is a good
Yeah.
show. And um he was really good in The Good Place. Well, he was
The Nanny?
fantastic in that.
Never watched it.
Oh, the Fran Drescher and the Nanny.
I mean, he was
That 70s show.
fantastic. Obviously, he was fantastic.
Yeah,
Obviously,
that 70s show. I mean, that was on for a good long time.
Oh, the dad in that show was hilarious. I was always mad. I wanted that dad to have his own show, just so you could just
Red
have
Foreman.
him. Yeah, I wanted him to have his own show where he could just be gruff and mean, the entire time.
I when I first started watching it, I was just thinking because he was the villain in RoboCop.
Yes, bitches leave.
Yeah,
bitches leave.
Right.
Just comes in, shoots the guy in the knees, and puts the grenade on the table.
Northern Exposure.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Northern Exposure is in my top 5 sitcoms all time, but
Sports
I don't know if everybody liked it. So
I never watched it. There's so many of these I've not
I
watched.
love Northern Exposure.
Parker Lewis Can't Lose.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, I really liked Parker Lewis as a kid. I don't know, but
because we were all Parker Lewis back then. Like it was that age for us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1990.
It was wanting to be Ferris Bueller's.
Yeah,
it was a Ferris Bueller.
Yeah, it had a pretty good soundtrack though.
The Jason Bateman, It's Your Move. Did you ever watch that?
I remember it.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was great. The It's Your Move. Jason Bateman he's all like Mr. Like getting through, and the guy that played the next door neighbor's husband. God, I can't think of that. I can picture him played the foil to Jason Bateman's young wisecracker. God, why can't I think of his name?
What was it called?
It's Your Move is what it was
Your
called.
Move?
It's Your Move, and it had like a.
Has Jason Bateman been in TV since he was a child?
Pretty much. He was in
It's Your Move.
He was in Silver Spoons, wasn't he?
Was he?
Yeah. It's Your Move stars Matthew Burton, a teenage scam artist who lived in Van Nuys, California apartment.
Oh yeah, he was the bad boy.
His older sister Julie and widowed mother Eileen. Matt ran various underhand dealings with his high school friends, especially his sidekick Eli. And then basically the Norman Lamb, David Garrison was the actor. Moved into the apartment across the hall, quick-witted but impoverished writer from Chicago. And he was totally on to the fact that that Jason Bibb was a big scam artist, but he couldn't prove it ever. And I do remember there was this moment where, because he wanted to date Jason's he wanted to date his mom, and Jason didn't want him to date, and he so he had this whole thing where he was going to pretend that they took his submission because he was writing stuff, and he was submitting all these like stories or articles or whatever to all these different publications, and so they intercepted his mail, and he had his friend Eli write like, oh yeah, we're totally gonna buy this article, we'll pay you this much money, just to like screw with him. And so then he comes over and he's all like bragging about the fact that like he's like, "Oh yeah, I know, I'll take you out to dinner tonight." And then Jason Bateman thinks it's like for real or whatever, and then he shows him the letter or whatever that he's like, "Well, you probably shouldn't have Eli write this because it was like all these typos or whatever." And he's like, "Well, if you knew that you weren't going to get the money, why are you taking my mom out?" He's like, "Well, I also got a letter from National Geographic, and they're going to take my article about whatever, and it's going to be in there. It's going to be in there." And he's like, "September issue?" And he's like, he looks at him, because he always got him back at the very end. David Garrison. Who's Adam Sadowski? Was he do anything besides that?
I was going to bring up. I don't know if it counts as a sitcom, but The Adventures of Pete and Pete. I used to love that show.
Pete
Sure,
and Pete?
I think that counts as a sitcom. It's
It was a-
for kids, teens, but
I remember watching that show, and it was amazing. And they had like everybody and their uncle on that show.
I liked Boy Meets World as a kid's.
Oh, Boy Meets World. That's a good one. Hey, David Garrison, the guy who played the Steve Rhodes, the next door neighbor on Married with Children. Uh, he he's best he's mostly known for playing the Wizard on Broadway in the musical Wicked. That's crazy. You were just talking about Wicked, and so that's what he
Full circle.
yeah. Yeah, I was like, what else has Steve Rhodes done besides those like handful of shows? And then but he had the role of Wicked in the first national tour as the Wizard. Um, that's crazy. I've always like wondered like how that happens, right? You get like how you get a role and it's for that long on Broadway. Like how you could just do that same role every night, just doing that every like night after night. Like how could you keep up that energy? Like I understand totally if like, oh, I'm gonna be in this movie, you just have to do all the scenes, then you do it once. But to like go and like, yeah, you're supposed to like this is your role and you're gonna do it 4 nights a week, uh, and a matinee on Saturday, and that's what you do over and over and over again. I don't know how you could do it. I think you'd lose your mind. You're an actor.
Evan.
What would you say about that?
Hey, Evan, how's it going?
I say about what?
What I just said, like I mean, you're like, oh, I was in a play that had a year-long run
Yeah.
on whatever. I mean, obviously you're getting paid money, so you're
Yeah.
just like, so that's a good reason. But like I said, how it would get so boring. It would get, it's like, okay, here's my role, and here's like, and I'm gonna do it the same way every single time, and I gotta do
Yeah.
these same things. I
I mean,
mean,
I can't speak to, that situation because I've never had that kind of role. But my guess is it would be just as exciting and or monotonous as any job where you show up and do the same thing.
I
Yeah,
guess.
probably
I
so.
don't know.
I mean,
You
I would
know, like,
equate it to maybe like thinking of like if every day was a convention and you had to pitch
yeah,
games every single day.
right. Yeah, like, jobs that don't have a lot of significant change from day to day can be monotonous, but you can also find joy in them. So, I don't know. I'd probably enjoy it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I
I like
feel
delivering
like you would.
pizza. Well,
I think it's just the energy of it. Like you have to like keep up that like level of, you know, I have to like and it's just and it's the same thing. Like again, like over and over and over
yeah.
again.
I
Like
mean,
you're
think
you're
about like the Scorpions, when they tour.
ha! Do I have
Like,
to?
you know what I mean? Like they're not playing like a bunch of new stuff. They're playing stuff they've played for 50
Years.
years,
Yeah.
like And sure, yeah, maybe there's no longer any love lost between the members or whatever, but they're still doing it. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
can't imagine.
I think I would consider it a great and vast success if I ever was paid well to do the same damn thing for that long.
The line from Office Space. What if we're still working at this, 20 years from now? Oh, I would dream of that kind of
Yeah, of that job security.
I would dream of that sort of job security.
Yeah.
Uh,
So yeah, if I, it's like in the acting world, there's this hilarious to me when people are like afraid of being typecast. I'm like,
yeah.
wait, so what you're saying is you don't want to reliably be cast?
Mm.
Like that.
Well, people think they can do other things, right?
Well, right.
They don't want to be shoehorned into something, but
Sure. But if you're always going to cast me as this XYZ and I enjoy it and I get a good paycheck, but I'll be XYZ all day long.
Sign me up.
Yes, sign me up.
So is anybody watching Pluribus?
No.
I've not yet.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting
wish you
till
guys would.
all of the episodes are out, and then I'll just
come
burn
on.
through it.
Let's watch it.
I can't stand having to wait. It's just
It's so good.
I mean they're good because I'm going to look forward to watching
Watching the first season in
I'm watching,
you'll
5
burn
weeks.
through it.
I'm watching the new Critical or the Mighty Nine came out. They're like
What's
3 or 4. Critical Role cartoon.
Oh,
So sorry to steer us back towards a thing, but there's a Kickstarter right now
Mhm.
for Steve Jackson games that is for the fighting fantasy books 6 through 10, like and you get a little slipcase or whatever, and I was like, oh, I remember reading those things. I remember like and it's like fighting fantasy solo adventure, uh 2000 set 2, 5 role-playing adventures, and Ian Livingstone and Steve Jackson, the classic series that part story part game, you are the hero. I mean, if you know what these are, you know what they are. I played these when I was young, and like you make a character, and it's like a choose your own adventure, but you also get to roll dice and whatever.
You say Steve
So
Jackson Games is doing it?
yeah, so it's on there,
Fantasy was
and
the other Steve
it's doing
Jackson.
well. It's the other Steve Jackson, yes,
Yeah.
but it's on there, $147,000. I was like, oh man, I was like, and it's like, oh, this is the Fighting Fantasy slipcase set for $80, and it can. What does it include? It includes the Fighting Fantasy set 2 books, the full color set 2 slipcase, any stretch goals, whatever. $80. Gets you that stuff. Cool. Awesome. So I thought to myself, like, I wonder if that's because this is set 2, right? I was like, I wonder where I could get, like, can I get like the first set? I mean, that would be cool if I could get like the first set in the slipcase, and then I could get this and I could have all of them or whatever, blah 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 blah. So I was just Googling it, and you can currently buy the book 6 through 10, like on Amazon for like $35. And I was like, I gotta be reading that wrong, right? I mean, it's just like that, but I mean, there they were. And it was like, well, why would I?
For the slipcase.
Oh,
Uh,
I was just like, I couldn't understand. I just didn't understand it. I couldn't.
It looks
Go
like
ahead.
it's because it's not available in the US, or there's not a US printing. So if you're ordering it, you're ordering it a like UK printing or something like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's in a globalized world, that is not a thing.
So
But
when you're adventuring in those books, the colors is going to have extra U's and A's.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of extra U's scattered about.
Yeah, I'm looking right here. Fighting Fantasy RPG 6 through 10 collection of 5 books, $35 on Amazon right now. Or I can spend $80 and get it eventually. I was just like, what?
Maybe it'll come with a fancy sleeve.
Well, it comes with the slipcase, right? So I guess there's
Maybe they'll
that.
put a sleeve over the slipcase.
Maybe. You know what more board games need? They need a sleeve around them. That's what they need.
But speaking of Ian Livingstone and
I will take your silence as agreement, Alden.
Sorry.
there's
was not
an
listening.
interview
What were you saying?
with
Oh, the
I
board game
said
sleeves?
what more board games need is a sleeve.
Yeah, those are great. Slipcover?
great. It protects
really
the
useful.
box.
Yes, I remember how we used to care about that stuff. I mean, it's still a thing, right? Like, is it a selling point?
I'm sure. I haven't seen one in a while though.
I make fun of Tasty Mental for having the sleeves. Remember that? You remember those days?
I actually kind of think that if people did the like, let's see if I can pull this out. People did the this
Book,
kind
oh yeah, the bookshelf.
yeah,
Those
like
would be
a,
better.
like a bookshelf sleeve that was rigid and nice and looked classy, right? Like
Yeah.
looked booky. I
Yeah.
could see that being a thing.
Yeah.
Especially if it was applicable to the title in some way, like if the game itself supported it, right? Like if maybe not, Flip 7 or something like that in a book looking cover, but any kind of fantasy or sci-fi game probably work.
Yeah. But I mean, you always have to try to put the slipcase back on. I just like toss them.
Yeah. Well, so
Hard to get them back on.
the I think in particular that approach with the have you been in bookstores and looked at the amount of non-spine decoration, like page edge decoration they've done on books lately? Go,
Oh,
go,
yeah.
go
Yes,
to the bar
yes,
and-
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah, and that's because people want like their bookshelf to look cool when
Yeah.
they've got stuff on it, and I think doing something with that intent could have
Yeah.
value.
Sure.
But I agree that the slip covers that TMG was doing probably not accomplishing.
What would that add to the price?
Uh,
Like $1?
that it's like adding half another box to the price. So, and in a game where there's not a folding board in it, the box is usually the single most expensive component. But I think usually you would be talking about doing that in a Kickstarter, and so it'd be easier to meld it into the cost, whereas it would be kind of annoying, kind of irksome, I think, on a regular release.
Right.
Yeah. Cost wise. Depends on exactly the game and how much margin was sitting around that could be used. But like I know yeah. It would be, yeah. It'd be an
Um,
Needed a sleeve to protect my box sleeve.
yeah. I look forward to when somebody figures out a good alternative to shrink wrap, because
Yeah.
the
Are the stickers not working?
wafer seals are not it.
I feel like there's a certain kind of box though they won't stick to.
Yeah,
Like
there's
there's like a vinyl, like
sticking,
not
there's
vinyl, but like a very smooth box that doesn't have the paper.
yeah.
You know, did you see Canopy? No, not Canopy.
Well,
It
didn't
was it
Seven
was
Wonders
Leaf.
Seven Wonders Middle Earth has an Obi strip on it?
I
You know
never
what
saw Leaf.
you know what Obi strip is?
No,
The band that holds it on there.
What
not
so
sure.
Tim Eisner, his company, what they did was it was basically like brown paper bag
Mm.
material,
Mhm.
just like folded and taped.
I so
Oh yeah, I did see that.
I've looked at
Was that
that
tear?
too, but I think yeah, I think the problem is that that doesn't hold up unless you're using like a Tyvek or something, and at that point it's kind of
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember him saying that he had much problems with it during, fulfillment or anything, but I don't know.
so like fulfillment to backers is not as big of a problem as stuff on store shelves.
Okay.
Specifically because people's perception of what looks like a new product it is
Cellophane.
different.
Right.
And so
That's what they're
even
used
just like
to.
a tiny nick in that thing will make it look like it's a garage sale item, right?
Hmm.
And that's what the shrink wrap does is it makes it not look like that. And part of the problem with the wafer seals is that if they get loose or do anything or the box ever comes slightly open from it, all of a sudden it's got that kind of loosey goosey raggedy feel to it when somebody picks it up.
Yeah.
So it's a presentation issue and and it meaningfully impacts sales. So
Hmm.
fulfilling a Kickstarter with an alternate thing with wafer seals or
Yeah.
with a paper wrap, totally viable thing. Anything going into retail, um, it's harder. Uh, and also there's like those wafer seals like they're better than shrink wrap, but by like a hyper as far as environmentally concerns go, but by such a tiny margin because their plastic is actually um like it looks like a significantly smaller amount of plastic, but if you heat shrink wrap plastic down, it's actually a very small amount of plastic
Yeah.
and it doesn't have adhesive on it. And so it's actually not significantly greener unless you use really weird ones that are even worse for presentation. Anyways, sorry, I'm off on a tangent here, uh, that's the issue is presentation value
Yeah.
on store shelves. Um, and and the longer a product is on the store shelf with one of those alternate methods, the more noticeable it gets that it's not shrink wrapped. Um,
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just selling online, it wouldn't matter
it
because
wouldn't, right?
people.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing, right? Like for certain models, it works just fine, and for certain companies that are big enough that they'll still that they're like placing stuff always in Walmart or Target or something like that. There's a bit of a difference there, but
Yeah.
the but your average company, your average product that's going on a retail shelf it's awkward at best. Um, which is not to say that it can't or shouldn't or whatever do other things, but it affects your sales, unfortunately. Um, and
Something I just got had those little wafers on it. What was it? I'm drawing a blank. Something
yeah,
I opened this week.
I think Ravensburger does it consistently with wafers now. And
Yeah, I think you're right.
but they are what I would consider big enough to that they're still going to place their stuff on
Right.
the same shelves, right? Anything in the hobby market as its primary thrust. Lance, do you feel differently on this?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, A lot of these are Shane questions. I mean, I always battle with Shane on like the whole saving money, like
Mhm.
and as much as possible, but also like presentation. I mean, it took me forever to convince him that like our booth looked like a pile of hot garbage, and I was just like, it's like we've published like 30 games, Shane. Can we have a booth that looks like we maybe know what we're doing and we didn't just throw all this slop into the back of a pickup and in the last second it drove down? So last year he actually spent money on new banners. Like we were putting up banners that advertise like Reavers of Midgard. It's like we haven't. It's like just like why? He's like, well, it says Ray Fox on it. And I was like, and like actual like getting actual real shelving and yeah. I was gonna say this to you. Do you like guys ever do like weird promos for your games or anything like that?
Yeah, we haven't for the past couple, but we've tried to. We've had a promo for at least 50% of the stuff we've done. I think we've had
And,
some kind of
and do
promo.
you sell them at
Oh,
conventions? Like,
not usually sell. Usually we'll use them as a incentive. Um,
so I will just say, I'm just gonna tell you this right now, flat out. Make up promos for all your games
mhm,
and sell a card for $5 at
yeah,
conventions.
sure.
It is like, I mean, I won't say exactly the number, but I must have sold, you know, at BGG Con. I mean, I sold games, but at BGG Con, I probably sold, you know, 75 promos. People are walking up. It's like, oh, I don't have this card, or I don't have this card. I don't have this card, and it's like, oh, okay. And then you can usually haggle with them, so it isn't like $5 a piece. You're like, well, you're getting six. I can charge you half. That, and so you're selling them a card that cost you a penny, maybe, but they're giving you $5 for it. And because board gamers are completionists and they want everything, and so like you
Sure.
can get them in there. And I finally like convinced Shane because he said, hey, he always had a sign that said, "Ask me about our promos," and
Mhm.
so like eventually people would, and I eventually was just like, so I went by the CGE booth like a couple years ago or like last year, and they had like literally they had taken a canvas and put it in a standing easel. And they had used this canvas and they had just basically taken one of each of their promos that they sell and they put them in a little baggie and they had taken a pin and just
Yeah.
stuck it to the canvas. And so they were just out there and people would stop and they go, what are these? And then like we actually had them set up. These are Champions of Midgard promos. These are
Yeah.
Yeah,
Deception
it looked
promos. These
good.
are whatever. And people were just like, "Oh shit, yeah, I need this one. I need this one. I need this one." And it's just like it's like taking
Yeah, it's
candy
like a
from a
nice little add-on.
baby.
That's good.
Yeah, it's just
Hey,
so
do you know what game was rented two times at the BGG library?
that would be after the Empire
Checked
Gold.
out, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it would.
After the
Hey,
Empire?
like
And
I
you weren't
Hanging
said,
even
in
next
there.
there.
year, next year
Hanging
You
in
I'm
weren't even
there.
gonna
there.
I'm gonna hand out a free promo to somebody if they just go and check out Neuheimat from the library.
Is that even in the library?
Return. Oh yeah, I saw people checking it out. I saw one guy check it out, and I was just gonna be like, and then they're gonna return it, and I was like, and when you return it, come back, and I'm gonna give you the promo, and then you'll get it for free. And then the next person comes over, I want you to go over there, and I want you to check out Neuheimat. I want you to bring it, and I want you to bring it to me, and I'm gonna give you a promo, and then you're gonna take it back. And then at the end of BG Cut next year, Neuheimat got checked out
It's gonna be
112 times.
That is highway
we're gonna
bribery.
call shenanigans on that. The
Because Neuheimat is a great game, and everybody needs to play Neuheimat. It is
so
that
on
is that
Sunday when
is
we were shutting down the library, I was like looking at the shelves and there's that whole shelf dedicated to Dante Inferno. Did you remember that? Did you
mhm.
see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like literally like 3 feet long and like,
Hmm.
and I said, God, I wonder if anybody checked this out. And the guy standing next to me goes, oh yeah, I checked it out. And he's like proceeded to tell me all about it. I'm like, oh, cool. He
Yeah, I
goes,
remember.
if you like,
Didn't we go over and look at those guys playing it when we were walking
no, that
around
was
that last night?
Primal.
That was Primal. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's another gigantic monster box. Although I think
Yeah.
I think in the library we only have the yeah, I think we only have the one box. Like I've got I looked at Primal in my garage. It's like it's 6 feet tall. Not 6 feet. It's like 4 feet tall, which is kind of just the boxes are like
It's bulky.
a good
Yeah.
6 to 8 inches tall, filled with one mini or two
Right.
minis. I'm like, what am I gonna do with this? How can I store this game?
Put it behind
I
you.
wish they made a cardboard version. Just sell me a cardboard disc of that art, like a top-down view of the monster. That's all you need.
So for those of you who are wondering what Neuheimat is, I just want to say
No, we're
what.
not wondering.
No.
I mean, I know it. I know what it is.
Neu-
Check it out
Heimat-
next year at BGG. Get
Yeah,
yourself a promo.
What does it
Neuheimat.
stand? What does Neuhamat even stand for?
It stands. It's like it is nonprofit. It was a
So it
nonprofit
means.
construction and housing company. So it's
Oh,
like
okay.
so there was in Hamburg, Germany, and then they stole the name. But it is 45 minutes of the most brutal, like screw
It means
screw
new
each other
home, by
over.
the way.
Yeah, well, I mean, but Neuheimat was the name of this nonprofit organization, I believe they do. But it is
Have we talked
it
about the
is
awesome photo of that in the Board Game Geek website?
the what now?
There's an awesome photo of Neuhamat.
Oh, I
gotta
mean, there's
find it.
several. But yes, it's bidding that allows you to completely screw people. And it's like and you know it too. Like you know that if I bid this, that guy can
You
totally
can't do
F
anything.
me, but I can't do anything because I have to bid this. And so you just gotta like hope, hope that like they want to go for that. And like, is it better for them to like go for money or to just nail you? And oh
Hmm.
man, it's so good. Yeah.
I'm looking for
The
that photo. I can't find it.
about building the highest scoring houses in 3 building rows. The
What's
levels
the
are
one with the
different
little
colors.
ladders?
Climber.
That's climbers.
Climbers. The climbers?
The
Yeah, there
climbers,
you
yeah.
go.
Please.
The levels, so this is what it says about Neuhammer. The levels are different colored cubes with numbers from 1 to 6 that are dealt via auction each round. The first one of a new color you purchase fixes this color as yours for the rest of the game and for the final scoring. Players also bid for additional pieces to shorten or lengthen the lanes and rooftops to finish the houses. And then you pay with your checks. Each of these €1,000,000. You can establish an illegal cash box, counting the final
Cool.
scoring. Yeah, the climbers, good stuff. Also from Chili Spiel, the climbers.
Right, that's why I always get mixed up.
And then the best part.
Can you share that
Go ahead.
photo on your screen? There's a hidden thing in this thing I want to talk about in this photo.
In the
I
climbers,
sent you the link.
Neuheimat.
I sent you the link.
Neuheimat will easily be the most checked out game of BGG Con 2026. I'm telling you that right now. Yeah, hold on. You can share too.
You want me to do it?
No, I got it.
So I'm going to give you a clue. Like go full screen with that image. Like try to like blow it up and everything. Get even bigger.
That's what I got.
One more. There you go. Now scroll down. Do you see the shadows of the ladder? Does anything stick out to you?
There's an A.
Well, there's a little thing hanging on the shadow.
Oh, is this like it's a bug.
Yeah, you see that? Isn't that great?
It's a mosquito.
It's like a big old mosquito.
Yeah.
Like this is like a pre-set up game that like looks really awesome and like the little mosquito hanging out.
That's hilarious.
They snapped it perfectly.
That's hilarious.
I think I left a comment like 10 years ago. Yeah, did you find the mosquito? January 5th, 2008. Look at that. So good. Anyway.
Hey, I thumbed that up all those years
Yeah, you
ago.
did. Here's the thing. I know we've talked
I'm
about
gonna
this
take
on
it
the show.
back.
We've talked about it on the show before. You probably did it last time we
Yeah,
talked.
maybe.
I repeat myself.
Yeah. I gotta make you play Neuheimat with me next year at BGG Con. It's a brutal game. And you can laugh and laugh and laugh as I get screwed over, and you're like, "Oh no, what happened?
Did you lose your
your buildings are worth
What happened to your
What
house?
happened?"
Does everybody build their own house or what?
So the whole
Central.
the big trick in Neuheim, to put it quickly, is that it ends when the second row is built, and there's 3 rows. And if you are heavily you don't get to score the third row. And so if your best scoring things are in that third row, you start racing to try to, like, you're trying to basically make sure that the one that has your big time money and your big time points gets completed, and you don't want that to be not completed. So the bidding really starts to get hammered on. And then what happens is, like, somebody always ends up getting completely and totally screwed
Screwed up.
because the third row doesn't score, and the 2 that get completed does. And you're like, oh, all of your expensive buildings are over here, but they didn't get completed, Lance. Oh, what happened? What happened? I can already see you,
Right.
doing that.
That's cool.
Like the goddamn gobbler.
Damn gobbler. Poor gobbler. He
GDG.
fell
He-
down. He
he
was
was-
going
he
the
was-
wrong way.
he
He turned around. He's going the wrong way.
What's going
What's
on,
going
Lance?
on?
I hope nobody bet on the gobbler. Lance, you bet on him twice? What a jerk.
It's
What an
never
absolute
it's
jerk.
never not funny. It's still funny. Have you played that game yet, Andy?
I have not. I don't.
You heard of it? Or have you played it?
Hot
Evan?
streak.
I've not.
It's basically
Sounds
mascot
hilarious.
races. And people, it's like you see every card in the game at the beginning, except for a few. And everybody gets a hand of cards.
Yep.
And then everybody puts one card in. So you see all the cards in the game, then everybody puts one card in, shuffle up, burn 3, and then do the race. So you don't have perfect information. And then you run it till everybody's either eliminated or crosses the finish line.
Oh, I've seen that.
But you do 2 rounds of betting. It's a snake draft of betting. You bet like win, play, show, tickets. If you do them risky, they make less money on the place in the show, but they make a lot more money on the win.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to decide when you take the bet to flip it to risky or not. And there's a prop bet, like, will at least one character be eliminated from this match, or or something like some prop bet that'll like, will there be more than 2 people at the finish line during the game? You're like, okay, yes or no. And you just, like, it's really simple. And
Well, once you put the cards out,
whole lot of fun.
it's just running the.
Yeah, it
it's
runs
just
itself.
running-
Yeah.
It runs itself,
And you can
it
kind of
just-
like do a little announcing as it goes. Oh no, the fish guy fell down.
Oh no. Yeah. Just. And then at the end, you can score, like, you start with $10, and I ended up with 7. Everybody else is like, oh, I got 35. I didn't
Like
do
the
well.
winner had like
I got 61.
how much
It was like 61 and like 56.
Either Shelly or Christina had like $60.
Yeah, and everybody's going around. How much you have left? 7. I had $7. Look at him! Look at him! He's just
It's so
laughing.
funny. Like it's just so great.
See, it makes
Like I
good
just
memories.
didn't care that I didn't win. It's just that Lance didn't win.
and then you forgot about the stories after
Oh
the
yeah,
fact. Like,
every
oh,
dollar value at the end of the game has a story.
And
Do you remember your
could-
story?
Yes, I do. You spend your $7 on a $6 hot dog.
Right. Oh my god, it's just so great.
Ah.
And they have a fun thing
Like,
where
it
they
was-
assign
it was-
each person a role. Like you're the banker, you're the only one that moves the racers, you're the one that flips the cards, you're the one that like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But...
It's good stuff.
All right, it's almost 1:30. I suppose we should just
Hey,
go to bed.
Do you
What's
guys
up?
want to stick around after it and watch my new little short film?
Yes.
How long is it?
About 14 minutes.
I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do it.
I want to, but
Or you
but
can
I
play it
might
now.
have to-
Well, I don't want to play it on the air.
Oh, okay. Sure.
All right.
If you
Good
give
night,
me,
everybody. I don't know if I'll have it next week or not. It really just depends on what I end up doing for my birthday, which I haven't decided or thought about at all in any way, shape, or form. So,
Cool.
all right. Live stream end.